Satu laptop dua saya bisa. Ini atau pakai ada
Kita bisa mulai dah. Dan kita bisa mulai dah. Sudah lengkap.
Satu dua dua cek. Tes. Clear. Tes. Tes. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Teddy, and this is my partner, Inta. So welcome to 8th GoGreen Summit, the first day of Action for Earth 2022. First of all, I would like to invite you to stand and listen to Indonesian and Indian anthem. Please raise and stand. Well, before we start the event, first of all, you can have a seat. The event would like to play the hotel evacuations plan, please.
For your comfort and safety during your meeting with us, please share a safety briefing at our hotel. In case of fire, you will hear this sound ringing. What you have to do? Please keep calm. Please do not panic. Walk out of the meeting room in line with the other people. Follow the exit sign. Do not use the lift. Go outside the hotel building to the parking area. Gather at hotel evacuation area. This is fire evacuation area and parking area. And this is fire evacuation area indicated by red arrow sign. In case of earthquake, what you have to do? Please keep calm. Please do not panic. Walk out of the meeting room in line with the article. Follow the exit sign. Do not use the lift. Go outside the hotel building to the parking area. This is earthquake evacuation area and parking area. This is earthquake evacuation area indicated by red arrow sign. In case of tsunami, you will hear this sound ringing. Please keep calm. Please do not panic. Walk out of the meeting room in line with the other people. Use chairs. Do not use lift. Follow tsunami evacuation route sign. Evacuation team member will assist you, guiding you to the tsunami evacuation area. Keep follow this sign. Tsunami evacuation area and head on floor. This is tsunami evacuation area. Head is on. Tsunami evacuation area affected by red arrow sign. Thank you for your attention to our safety briefing. Enjoy your meeting with us.
Well, we would like to continue to see from Asian Earth 2022, please.
the summit organizers and the Philippine Normal University. I warmly welcome you to this very important and timely conference that will stimulate and inspire us to advocate climate change and global warming. To the teachers and educators, scientists, researchers, government leaders, social workers, and other experts in diverse fields advocating for environmental sustainability. I hope that this year's conference, Go Green, Shape the Future, will galvanize us to share our best practices and exchange resources for us to engage in innovative and sustainable projects, programs, and policies that we can implement in our own respective communities. Promoting and spreading awareness about environmental sustainability is not just a job exclusive to environmentalists. Spreading awareness our duty to be stewards of the planet. We at the Philippine Normal University believe in the transformative power of education. Our campus in Visayas, which we have designated as our environment and green technology education, is committed in the protection and preservation of the environment and promotion of renewable resources and green energy technologies through education. We would like to thank the conveners and the organizing committee for recognizing the vital role of education through the Philippine Normal University.
Well, may I ask to present the PowerPoint from GoGreen? And ecological crisis is the biggest concern today, on which every researchers and responsible researcher university must work together to contribute innovative solutions. I welcome all participants for potential university research centers and higher education institutions of Asia join us today in our international event, Asia for Earth 2022. Asia for Earth is a conglomeration of 10 plus leading international universities of Asia joining together to be a forum for environment. It is a comprehensive multidisciplinary conference with participants for all around the world for curious learning about environments, waste management, global warming, climate change, and environmental social studies. On day one today, we will having 8 GoGreen Summit. On the second day, we will having 3rd International Conference on Climate Change. And on day 3rd, we will have 2nd International Conference on Education, Management, and Social Science for Environment. For the next one, it's ISER. So International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, or ISERS, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associating operating under Technocrate Research and Development Association, India. It's meant to research and development in the field of environmental sustainability and climate change. And BioLeagues Worldwide is not for-profit professional association which permanently promote research and development. We are at BioLeagues have built a revolutions in the fields of worldwide conference. The next one is 8 GoGreen Summit. So ISERS and BioLeagues and 10 plus international universities from Asia jointly organized 8 GoGreen Summit at Bali, Indonesia. This event creates a unique platform and encourage environmentalists, scientists, geologists, ecologists, academicians, and scholars from across the globe in the field of environmental science and global warming to come together and discuss the latest research and innovation in science and technology to combat the Earth from diminishing. Our exhibitor, GoGreen Energy Indonesia, produced various eco-friendly power plant devices inspired from nature built to keep it safe and clean. The product GoGreen Energy offer a domestic and non-B3 medical waste treatment system using hydrothermal method. Next one is Dujendra University Indonesia. Dujendra University Indonesia is one of educational unit, namely higher education under ISERS of Dujendra Denpasar Foundation. The establishment of Dujendra University, which its aim specific pattern, namely culture and religions, by giving spatial meaning to Balinese culture, is expected to provide double dimensions orientations, namely leaving the past as a guide for comparison, the present and the future. Universitas Indo Global Mandiri Indonesia. Universitas Indo Global Mandiri, established in 2008, it's a private higher education institution located in the metropolis of South Sumatra. UEGM offers courses and programs leading to officially recognizing higher education degree such as pre-bachelor degree, bachelor degree, and master degree in several areas of study. UEGM also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library as well as administrative service. Universitas Islam Negeri Maulana Malik Ibrahim Indonesia. Maulana Malik Ibrahim State Islamic University Malang was established in June 21st, 2004. The university is the best Islamic university in Indonesia, excellent in delivering skilled academicians in Arabic and English. The next one, Institute Technology Nasional Malang. Institute Technology Nasional Malang, established in 1969. It's non-profit private higher education institution located in the urban setting of the largest city of Malang, East Java. Banat University of Agriculture, Science and Veterinary Medicine, Timisoara, Romania. Banat University of Agriculture, Science and Veterinary Medicine is a public university in Timisoara, Romania, which specializes in life science and veterinary medicines. Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Jeli Campus, Malaysia. So the Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan,
honorably aims to pioneering in developing knowledge and technology, natural resources sustainability through entrepreneurship. Next one is Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development India. Creates a platform to bring and link rural development research, policy, and practice in one umbrella and advocates to sustainable rural development globally. Okay. The next one is Philippine Normal University, Philippines. The Philippines Normal University is a public education, teacher educations, and research university in Philippines. It was established in 1901 through the Act number 74 of the Philippine Commissions for Education of Native of the Island of Science of Teachings. Next one is Sister Nifendita University at Newtown, Kotkala has been established through enhancements the Sister Nifendita University Act 2017. The university offers educational programs, research in a wide range of subjects under disciplines like engineering, technology, science, medicine, management, law, humanity, language, and literature, pharmacy, architecture, social science, performing arts, sport, media, and design. The next one is Masa University, Malaysia. It was founded in 2004. Masa University's vision is to produce qualified and compassionate professionals to serve the needs of the country in line with national goal and government transformation plan in 21st century. The next one is Xiamen University, Malaysia. Xiamen University is the first overseas campus set up in the renowned Chinese University and the first Chinese University branch campus in Malaysia, located in the Finiti and Bandar Kota Warisan Sepang, Selangor, Malaysia.
I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Conference Chair Dr. Bambang Sugiono AP, General Secretary ISERS Malang, Indonesia. Organizing Secretary Asia for Earth Dr. Insinyur Gede Sedana, Rektor Dwi Jendra University, Bali, Indonesia. Organizing Secretary 8 GoGreen Summit Profesor Eri Yuliante Adesta, Vice Rector Universitas Indo Global Mandiri, Indonesia. Joint Organizing Secretary Dr. Jayanta Chaudhuri, Assistant Professor, Department of Rural Studies, Tripura University, India. Dr. Habil Monica Dragomirescu, Lecturer, Department of Biotechnology, Banat University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine, Romania. Mr. Rudra Banu Satpati, Founder and CEO, ISERS and Technorate Group, India. Conference Choke Chair, Dr. Muhammad Faiz bin Mohamin, Associate Professor and Dean, Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Joint Organizing Secretary, Dr. Muhammad Muqtada Ali Khan, a Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. We would like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers. Mr. Alan Tupikov, a CFO, Executive Board, FOS, President of Enzymes Australia. Dr. Bambang Sugiono AP, Conference Chair, Malang, Indonesia. Mr. Marx Jacinto, Online SDG Youth Action Forum, Philippines. Dr. Insinyur Gede Sedana, Rektor Dwi Jendra University, Bali, Indonesia. Dr. Habil Monica Dragomirescu, Lecturer, Department of Biotechnology, Banat University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine, Romania. We would like to welcome our guest speaker. Guest speakers Ambassador Smiley Mukta Gosal, Global Icon, Green Queen, Dallas, Texas, USA. We are glad to welcome our session chair for our technical sessions. Dr. Jayanta Choduri, at Tripura University, India. Dr. Gaspar Sorin, Banat University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine, Timisoara, Romania. Dr. Atre Yigos, Sister Nivedita University, India. Dr. Meh Gonzaga, Filipino Normal University, Visayas, Philippines. Dr. Med Taibur Rahman, Bangladesh Agricultural Research Council, Ministry of Agriculture, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dr. Risamal, Assistant Professor, Anit Silchar, India. Dr. Dilip Ganguly, ex-Additional General Manager, Indian Ordnance Factories Service, India. Dr. Hardip Rai Sarma, Assistant Professor, Institute of Environmental Studies, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, Haryana, India. Dr. Madhu Patyal, a Senior Science, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, Regional Station, Simla, India. Thank you for joining us today at this event. I will also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the globe who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all of the attendees in this joining us today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Universitas Indo-Global Mandiri (UIGM) has anticipated this global climate change by hosting its GoGreen Summit with the theme GoGreen Shape the Future of Green Planet from 1st to 3rd of June 2022 in Bali, Indonesia. Central thank BioLeagues and ISERS as the host of the GoGreen Summit for the invitation to co-host the monumental event.
International Society for Environment Relationship and Sustainability to join the coming event in June 2022 for Asia for Earth 2022 and also GoGreen Summit.
I am pleased to know that Sister Nivedita University, India is collaborating with International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability for organizing 3-day international conference in Asia for Earth 2022 in Bali, Indonesia.
It's a privilege to welcome all keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and sponsors from all over the world to the 8th GoGreen Summit, which held on 1 to 3rd June 2022.
Om Swastiastu. Risdana, Rector of Wijayendra University, Bali, Indonesia. I'd like to say welcome to all of the participants who are joining in the International Conference Asia for Earth 2022 on June 1st to 3 2022 in Bali, Indonesia.
That International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, ISERS, organizing a 3-day international conference is Asia for Earth 2022 in Bali, Indonesia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the video from Asian Earth 2022. We will continue our event today. I would like to welcome honorable dignitaries on stage to release Asian for Earth Conference proceeding. Welcome the conference chair, Dr. Bambang Sugiono, AP, Dr. Gedi Sedana, Prof. Eri Yulian, and Dr. Jayanta, please.
Ya, monggo.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome the conference chair, Dr. Bambang Sugiono, AP, Malang, Indonesian, to welcome the participants. Dr. Bambang, time is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big pleasure to me that International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, ISERS, as organizing committee organized for 3 days conference in 1st to 3rd of June 2022. The international conference is the first is 8th GoGreen Summit International Conference. Number 2, 3rd International Conference on Climate Change. Number 3, the 2nd International Conference on Education, Management, and Social Sciences. Today, we will be held the 8th GoGreen Summit International Conference with term Shape the Future Green Planet. As stated in the title, the scope of this conference covers about environmental pollution and emerging solution, ecology and earth science, environmental chemistry and engineering, environmental sustainability and social studies, environmental biology, global warming, global trend and challenges in agriculture, renewable energy and waste management and treatment for the smart living, which are in the fact require many disciplines. This conference may also give opportunity to under and postgraduate student, faculty members, practitioners, industrialists, and researchers alike to take an active part and present research paper. I am certain that this conference will prove to be a healthy point of academic interaction, and so the student, faculty member, practitioner, and industrialists as well will not only give but also benefit and draw inspiration, also networking from the talk and presentation from the distinguished guests. I would like to express my deep appreciation to keynote speaker for the effort to present the idea and method in a lively and accessible way. Finally, but not least, I would like to thank those who have responded to our call to take part and to contribute to this conference. We have a big hope that all of you enjoy and get more knowledge and fruitful experience through the experience, this conference. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bambang Sugiono. The next one, I would like to invite Dr. Gede Sedana, Dujendra University, Bali, Indonesia, to address the gathering. Dr. Gede Sedana, time is yours.
Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Salam rahayu, rahayu, rahayu. Good morning to everyone present here. Firstly, I would like to welcome the Honorable Chief Guest, the respective speaker, the respective participant, the respective delegates across to the world who are joining in the 3-day international conference Asia for Earth that is being conducted on June 1st today and will be continued tomorrow and June 3rd in my campus in Dwijendra University. I am as a rector of Dwijendra University, Bali, really giving high appreciation to the ISERS, International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, which initiated to conduct this conference, this international event, and invite our university to be the co-host. Thank you very much for Mr. Rudra Banu Sapati as a founder and CEO of ISERS. The Honorable Chief Guest and respective participants. During this conference, we will have session, discussion, debates on the globe, on the GoGreen Summit, climate change, and education, management, and social sciences for environment. These are being the main issues for the people in the world and should be identified and solve the problem we have. I hope all of you might share your ideas, your innovation, experiences in enhancing our knowledge, theories, and some valuable things for our development at the national and global level as well. I wish you all the best during the conference. I sincerely expect you will have pleasant stay in Bali for the next some days, since Bali has many interesting places to visit. Thank you very much for your presence and participation in this conference. Hope to have wider networking among us and see you again in the next conference. Thank you. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Thank you, Dr. Gede Sedana. Now, I would like to welcome a Professor Eri Yulian, Universitas Indo Global Mandiri, Indonesia, to deliver his welcome address. Times is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. ladies and gentlemen, this morning I have the opportunity to join the team here to welcome all the participants. And therefore, when I talked to the conference chairman just now, there are 328 participants. Let us give a round of applause with this. So with this, I would like also first and foremost to apology from convey the apology from our rector that cannot be here with us today because there is another commitment they have to attend to. So without less respect to the conference, we are having 10 people physically attend this conference. So since I this morning met many of the participants, I would like to try to address all the participants with their own language. Start with our Indian, I said namaste from Indian delegation. I would like to say sawadika from Thailand. And it is a bit difficult for me to pronounce from Romania. Correct me if I'm wrong. Biniet si Venia.
It's correct.
Okay. Biniet si Venia. And from the Philippines, I will say Maligayang Pagdating. Okay. And of course, our colleagues from all over the world that I cannot say one by one. Otherwise, our conference will just address all this welcome in their own language. But nevertheless, this event actually is a very important event because this morning I tried to absorb some of this information from delegation that Asia for Earth, Asia for Earth, which have 3 conferences, the 8th GoGreen Summit, and then the 3rd International Conference on Climate Change, the 2nd EDUMAS International Conference on Education, Management, and Social Sciences. This is very important issues to move forward in this old world because we are addressing the very much future challenges. So therefore, if we can leave this event with something to take on, with something that we can follow up, not end up with publication only, but will be a real action that I mentioned this to one of the participants this morning, Mr. Alan Tupikov from Australia. He mentioned that he get to work very hard to gear up all these potential opportunity to be done in the real action rather than just put it in paper. So therefore, allow me again to thank you and address to Pak Bambang here, the conference chair for this Asia for Earth, Bapak Rektor Dr. Gede Sedana from the Vijayendra University, Bali. We will be visiting your university, sir, tomorrow. And also Dr. Jayanta Chaudhary, Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development India. And Dr. Habil Monica from the University of Agricultural Veterinary Medicine, Romania. And also Mr. Rudra Banu Satpati, founder and CEO, ISERS India. And Dr. Muhammad Faiz bin Muhammad Amin, University Malaysia Kelantan. Are you there? Not yet, maybe coming later. And of course, last but not least, I repeat again, Mr. Alan Tupikov, CFO, Executive Board, President of ANZIMS, if I pronounce it right, Australia. And Mr. Mark Jacinto, SDG Youth Action Forum from the Philippines. Therefore, I would like to again call everyone to let us communicate, let us network together, let us go from this point onward with a real work. And I would like to also address my sincere appreciation to Director General Affairs and Human Capital from PT Semen Batu Raja, and Bapak Gatot Mardiana, Vice President for Corporate Secretary, and Mr. Dodi Irawan. They're actually the two individuals that very eager to work together with the university and support all the movement towards Asia for Earth. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Eri Yulian. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Jayanta Khodburi, Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development, to address the gathering. Time is yours.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. All the delegates, present conference chair, and all my delegates and dignitaries. Welcome all of you to our Asia for Art 2020. On behalf of the organizing committee, on behalf of the entire team for this conference, we would like to welcome all of you. Asia for Art definitely is important. Even in the Facebook and others, some people were asking, why only Asia for Art? Why not World for Art? Yes, absolutely correct. World for Art, it is required. If you see that the Earth, and there is a saying that there is no alternative planet for us, so we have to love this Earth. I told them that why not Asia is concerned for this Earth. That's why this conference is Asia for Art. If you are also concerned like us, why not Africa for Art? Why not Australia for Art? Yes, we can do that, no doubt. But we are starting here. Similarly, we can start. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is very crucial because of the issue of climate change, because of others, the problem. Everywhere, every day, we are facing some problem, facing some challenges, and we can't ignore those things. Being a responsible citizen of this Mother Earth, we have to take some responsibilities, and that's why all of us, we are here. I'm Jayanta Chaudhary. I am from India. I'm basically faculty, Department of Rural Studies, Tripura University, but also a founder, Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development. Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development is formed with the aim to bring the academician, policymakers, and practitioners in a single platform and to advocate for the sustainable rural development. If you go through that recent report of UN, it is absolutely reconsidering rural development. In 2021, the report has come out. And it is telling that if we are going to achieve SDG 2030, all the goals, we have to concentrate more on the rural development. If you talk, for example, SDG 1, zero poverty, it's more than 80% of the people who are suffering in the poverty situation, they are in the rural areas. If you talk about the hunger, zero hunger, this is also the issue mainly in the rural areas, global rural. And also the solution, if you think to mitigate this challenge of hunger, we have to concentrate more on sustainable agriculture. Then also again, you have to go back to the rural. So all together all these goals are basically concentrating on rural development. Even also our cities, if we are looking for the sustainable cities, we have to concentrate on rural development. So true sense that when we are talking about the sustainability, we have to think for rural development. Again, on behalf of the organizing committee, on behalf of Chair and all the team member, we welcoming all of you. I'm sure even I am also a guest, but I am also a host. And that's why if we get opportunity next year or maybe the coming year, I will personally welcome all of you to India and host all of you. So with these few words, I again, on behalf of organizing committee, I would welcome for your better presentation, better stay, and obviously networking for this conference. With this, thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Jayanta Koduri. I would like to welcome Dr. Habil Monica Drago Mirescu from Banat University of Agriculture, Science and Veterinary Medicines, Romania, to welcome participants. So, Doctor, the time and the stage is yours.
Good morning. Dear participants, I'm very pleasant and honored in the same time to represent my university, Banat University. Yes, now I think it's better. It's an honor to represent my university, Banat University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine, King Michael I of Romania from Timișoara. As one of the partners from the 8th GoGreen Summit 2022, organized by BioLeagues Worldwide and the International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, and other prestigious universities from Asia. The 8th GoGreen Summit 2022 bring together here in this beautiful valley, in this beautiful island, a very important part of the scientific community for exchanges on climate issue and its influence on the environment and humans and other organisms' life. According to scientists, the human action can change the course of the unfortunate event and design a green planet for the people in the future. These real challenges require a global approach that involves researchers, businesses, and authorities as essential actors, and citizens, of course, from all over the world. On behalf of Banat University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicines, King Michael I of Romania, from Timișoara, I wish everyone very pleasant and fruitful conference day. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Habil Monica Drago Mirescu. It's quite hard to pronounce your last name. Okay, I'm sorry if I pronounce it incorrectly. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Rudra Banu Sapati, the founder and CEO ISERS India, to address the participant virtually.
Thank you very much for this invitation and introduction as well. Selamat pagi Indonesia and namaste from India. Well, when there's national anthems about these couple of countries beats and we rejoice the rhythm, this takes us back to years and centuries of connections India had with Indonesia in trade, economy, commerce, and eco-friendly relationship. Being the fourth largest populated country and second largest in biodiversity, with largest number of cluster of islands of more than 17,000 islands clubbed, making this beautiful nation, has always been facing the pandemics, as well as disasters and natural disasters and crises. It's our concern for the nation of Indonesia, all scientific professionals all across the globe, to stand and diversify their research and redirect it towards the development and the security of the nation. Indonesia being one of the best country in terms of its contributions towards climate change and green alternative energy, was opted as the venue because of our relationship, because of the opportunities the nation has created, and because of the leading professionals and connections we have and we have been continuing with them since last 9 years of our uninterrupted academic services. Esteemed dignitaries, revered speakers, respected faculty members, organizing committee members, honorable guests, institutional ambassadors, national ambassadors, representative of ISERS, and rectors of all co-organizing, co-hosting university. Thank you very much for your active participations. And today, I feel privileged to represent the scientific community, Asia for Earth, where universities of Asia join together, stand together with each other, connected with each other, integrated with each other to create a common platform, to create a platform for networking opportunities, to contribute the largest contributions in our scientific repositories of the globe with a common interest and common commitment to save our mother nature from climate change. Today, when we see the sun shining over this beautiful location and destination of Denpasar, Bali, we feel the opportunities have still to be revised and reconsidered. We feel energized with participants from different nations, different countries, different institutions coming forward with their research works and research articles. And this definitely motivates us and encourages us to make more partnership and create these type of platforms all across the globe to serve the human community and humanity. Friends, we live in a world of baffling contrasts and violent uncertainties. This is the age of opiates and oracles, rixas and rockets, drugs and dreams, sedatives and Sputniks, where we always live in a life of uncertainty with forlorn hope and frantic dreams. COVID pandemic has made us learn to give the priority that United Nations organizations and United Nations education and development policies have been focusing on to work towards the capacity development. We as a responsible organizations, ISERS, International Society for Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, as well as BioLeagues Worldwide, we opted to adopt ourselves towards the requirement of the globe, towards the requirement of the community, and start creating and building scientific communities towards adoption of the shock. Well, friends, a couple of years ago, we were not aware about the pandemics and the havoc and the disaster the COVID-19 pandemic caused. We do not know if we can, we are suspicious to encounter such type of pandemic, maybe health pandemic or maybe disasters related to disasters of natural disasters or climate change to be encountered in upcoming days. So it's absolutely essential to make our scientific communities and researchers prepared and diversify their researches that would help us to adopt shock in upcoming days. The second point is capacity building. We are connected with almost all leading universities of Asia today. We're reaching to the grassroots level of the academic system, irrespective of considering the nations into developed or developing, regions, ethnicities, religions, anything. It's all about humanity. It's all about our responsibility towards the mother nature. And we keep connecting with young researchers all across the globe, develop them, motivate them, and guide them, and develop the capacity and capabilities towards research so that maximum contribution of researches related to environment, go green, and climate change could be contributed to international repositories like Scopus, Web of Science, or PubMed. We are rigorously organizing this type of conferences in different locations, different countries, institutions, so that we are strictly monitoring the progress. Again, coming to monitoring the progress, which is the third responsibility allocated to responsible educational institutions by United Nations organizations. So as responsible organizations, scientific organizations, institutions, we must start monitoring the progress, whether we are moving towards right directions or not. Monitoring of progress in a particular dimension or particular field of research will be possible if this type of conferences, scientific events, presentations, and publications are regularly done. And we do focus on that. We are rapidly establishing institutional chapters, local chapters, journal chapters with support of our journal members, local members, institutional members, those who are connected all across the globe, and taking these type of activities ahead. Asia for Earth is not merely a conference, it's a community, it's a conglomeration, it's the associations of universities and academic institutions all across the Asia. Well, during this course of 9 months of executions of the conference, I was questioned by many delegates, and today also was questioned by Dr. Jayanta Chaudhary. Why the conference was named as Asia for Earth, why not for the World for Earth? Well, sir, we are connected with leading universities of Asia. Basically, we are strong in our networking and connections in Asia. The vision is to unite all universities, integrate them in a common platform, and thus to build up our potential to combat the crisis. In upcoming days, we'll be expanding our connections and our collaborations to other universities. A massive participation from Romania and other European nations gives us furthermore energy to expand our activities, and we'll be doing so as well. So I urge the universities of Asia to come forward and join this conglomeration so that together we'll make a difference. Within the next couple of years, we have a goal and we have a vision of collaborating with almost all universities of Asia and bring a transformation at the students and faculty level. So through our faculty development programs and student-centric activities, so that we start creating special interest groups and micro communities in different fields of applications. I welcome everyone from interdisciplinary sectors to come forward and join our special interest groups so that we can bring a difference. The fourth objective of the organization is bringing technical transformation that makes our life and research procedure transparent, easier, and well-connected. We are in the verge of establishing world's largest virtual scientific community that will help you to engage yourself in interdisciplinary sectors, in accessing the scientific databases, informations. And thus we are in the verge of establishing the largest community with circulations of informations, contents that's opted in terms of audio and video instead of text. We feel learning procedure is moving towards audio and video instead of texts, and academic and research organizations must adopt towards that so that faster learning could be possible. We're also motivating, encouraging young researchers. We have awards for young researchers as well. Because if we build up the next generations, I mean, current 20 years below age group of researchers and scientific professionals, or I mean, young leaders of climate change and GoGreen sectors, we make the next generations ready to combat the crisis, and we'll secure the globe for the next 50 years. So it's very high time that we must think ahead and start building the next generation that should be ready to divert their scientific research for upcoming next 50 years or 5 decades. We urge universities and members of Asia for Earth today to establish more curriculum in their universities and colleges so that grassroots level learning of environment and climate change awareness could be possible. I believe this conference of these 3 days will be a fruitful event for everyone. We have more than 300 plus scientific presentations, spellbounding conference speakers, thought-provoking presentations, beautiful panels, sessions, and a lot of learning opportunities. I express my hearty gratitude to all the organizing committee members, scientific committee members, my team of BioLeagues, ISERS, Dr. Bambang for his great energy, Dr. Jayanta sir, everyone, Dr. Eri, Dr. Professor Gede, Siddhana sir, everyone, all the universities, institutions, our co-organizing partners. We have more than 11 plus universities. Those who came forward with membership of Asia for Earth. It's a hearty gratitude for everyone for your contributions and for your immense trust, faith, and belief in us. Thank you very much. Have an excellent conference.
Thank you, Mr. Rudra Banusatpati. We do expect all the participants to keep the phone silent. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Faiz bin Mohamin, University Malaysia Kelantan, to welcome the participant virtually. Dr. Muhammad, please.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Chairperson. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and good day, everyone. Dr. Bambang, as a chair, Dr. Gede, Prof. Edri, and all the others, honorable guests, respective guests. It's a great privilege to welcome all the speakers, presenters, participants, sponsors from all over the world to our 8th GoGreen Summit, Asia for Earth, which held today until 3rd of June. Of course, this summit is being held in hybrid mode, as I'm in the online mode currently due to unexpected turn of event. Sorry for not being there. Okay. This summit is a collaboration, as you all know, with ISERS, BioLeagues, and all these committee members, and has strengthened the event to be a premier gathering for all renowned researchers, eminent scientists, academicians, NGOs from different countries to share our innovative idea, findings in all aspects of environmental science. I strongly believe all the sharing and discussion from this, from the all eminent speakers, we give new perspective and new strategies on all aspects of environmental science in our daily life. As stated within the team, it is us to spread awareness and encourage all fellow Earthmates to be part of this global movement in making the planet, our planet Earth, a better place to live tomorrow. I will not take much longer time since all the chairs and all our guests already speak long enough. But lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the committee for spending their valuable time in bringing this 8th GoGreen Summit to a great success. My sincere thanks goes to all the supporters and sponsors. On behalf of University Malaysia Kelantan, we are happy to collaborate with ISER and BioLeagues in making this summit a great success. With that, best wishes and thank you all.
Well, thank you, Dr. Muhammad Faiz bin Mohamin. Now I would like to invite Dr. Marzuki Ali, Rector Universitas Indo Global Mandiri, Indonesia, with representatively by Mr. Gatot Mardiana, General Directors and Human Resources, and Mr. Dodi Irawan, Vice President, Corporate Secretary.
Can we establish the link or no? I think if the link is not established, then we can let it, to the move to the next welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I would like to thank to all dignitaries for sharing their welcome address. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite all keynote speaker, Dr. Gede Sedana, Dr. Bambang Sugiono, Mr. Alan Tupikov, Mr. Mark Jacinto, Dr. Habil Monica, Mr. Farke Matai to come to the stage for felicitations. And I would like to invite Prof. Eri Yulian, Universitas Indo Global Mandiri, Indonesia, on stage to felicitate the keynote speakers. May I request to stand on the position? We will have the felicitations. Well, I would like to request and invite Prof. Eri Yulian to give the felicitation with mementos. So the first felicitations goes to Dr. Gede Sedana. Please, Dr. Gede Sedana and Prof. Eri Yulian, time's yours. Well, may I request Prof. Heri to stand on position, and then the second felicitations goes to Dr. Bambang Sugiono. Prof. Heri, may I request to give the felicitations? Well, the next felicitations goes to Mr. Alan Tupikov. Prof. Heri, time's yours. Well, the next one is the felicitations goes to Mr. Mark Jacinto. Well, the next one is Dr. Habil Monica. Well, the last one is to Mr. Farke Matai. Well, may I request to take a photo session with the mementos? Probably with a big smile. Well, thank you. The next one, may I request to all the participants to stand there, and then Dr. Bambang Sugiono, may I request to give the felicitation on the stage. Thank you, Prof. Heri. And well, the next felicitations goes to our co-host organization and academic partner. Well, I request Dr. Bambang Sugiono, AP, to felicitate our co-host, Universitas Indo Global Mandiri Indonesia, with mementos. Well, I invite Prof. Eri Yulian Adesta to receive the mementos. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
The next one to our co-host, Dwijendra University Indonesia. I request Dr. Gede Sedana to receive the mementos. Well, the next one is to our academic partner, Banat University of Agriculture Science and Veterinary Medicines, Romania, with the mementos. So I request Dr. Habil Monica to receive the mementos on behalf of the university. Well, to our next academic partner, Philippine Normal University, Philippine, with mementos, I request Mr. Mark Jacinto to receive the mementos on behalf of the university. Another academic partner, University Malaysia Kelantan, Malaysia, I request Falfe James to receive the memento on behalf of university. I request Falfe James to receive the memento on behalf of University of Malaysia Kelantan. Well, the next one is our exhibitor, Girling Energy Indonesia. I request Gozalvan Sabri Basara to receive the mementos. Well, thank you, Dr. Bambang Sugiono. Now I would like to invite Mr. Alan Tupikov on the stage to facilitate Ms. Tapa Konduri with the Climate Change Ambassador Award. So I request Mr. Alan Tupikov on the stage to felicitate Ms. Tapa Konduri with the Child Climate Ambassador Award. Mr. Alan, please. Well, before the presentation, would like to invite you to have a coffee break for 10 minutes. And after the coffee break, we will assemble in this venue. So the coffee break is available outside the venues. Please enjoy your coffee break.
Hai pemain satu, siap hadapi tantangan ini?
Universitas Indo Global Mandiri (UIJM) has anticipated this global climate change by hosting its GoGreen Summit with the theme GoGreen Shape the Future of Green Planet from 1st to 3rd of June 2022 in Bali, Indonesia. Thank BioLeagues and ISERS as the host of the GoGreen Summit for the invitation to co-host the monumental event.
International Society for Environment Relationship and Sustainability to join the coming event in June 2022 for Asia for Earth 2022 and also GoGreen Summit.
I am pleased to know that Sister Nivedita University India is collaborating with International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability for organizing 3-day International Conference in Asia for Earth 2022 in Bali, Indonesia.
Please welcome all keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and sponsors from all over the world to the 8th GoGreen Summit, which held on 1 to 3rd June 2022.
Om Swastiastu. Krisdana, Rector of Regional University, Bali, Indonesia. I'd like to say welcome to all of the participants who are joining in the International Conference Asia Cohort 2022 on June 1st to 3, 2022 in Bali, Indonesia.
That International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability (ISERS) organizing a Swedish international conference is Asia for Earth 20.
Berarti antara di kabel atau di
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start the presentation in 5 minutes. So we invite you to come to the venue and you may bring the refreshment into the menu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the presentation. We are expecting you to have the seat on your positions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In my watch, it's still morning. So before we go into the main presentation from a keynote speaker, we will have another felicitations to Global Forum for Sustainable Development. May I request Dr. Mano Shido to come to the stage, as well as Dr. Bambang Sugiono to deliver the felicitations. Well, thank you, Dr. Manosi and Dr. Bambang. Well, the next one, our exhibitors, Girling Indonesia, has distributed the product and then the flyers to the attendants today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting to have like a photo session for all of us. May I request you to stand up? Everyone, please. On your current positions.
Yang tinggi harusnya di belakang. Ya.
Oke, kasusnya Pak.
Oke, kita di antara.
Yang itu.
Ya.
Oke.
I think we can go there.
Okay.
I think Alan, you are hidden.
Don't people there. Here.
Okay.
Camera with
the
1, 2, 3, 4 cameras.
Saya tutup.
Between two hands.
Ya. Kalau sekayu jauh dari kota.
Enggak jauh, enggak jauh. Enggak begitu jauh.
Sadakah
40 kilometer.
40 kilometer. Yeah. So about say 1 hour. No?
Yeah. It's a total.
Oh.
From Kampung kalau nyebrang itu Yes. You can breathe, drive from. Yeah. I think you can start charging. Okay. Kasih.
Well, I thank to all attendants to have their photo sessions. Now we get to the keynote speaker presentation. I would like to welcome Mr. Alan Tupikov to deliver his keynote presentation. Mr. Alan has a strong interest and commitment to the future, with experience in all sorts both within Australia and internationally, particularly within energy and construction. He has held or holds positions including former National Director, IEPM, Fellow IEPMs, President ANSIM at Solve Consulting and Training, Executive Director, International, Finding Other Solutions, casual lecturings in universities across Australia, Indonesia, and Europe. As a result of 2020-2021 challenges, we also published a series of books relating to sustainable principles across the globe location to enhance awareness of his commitment in integrating sustainability into all aspects of life. Mr. Ryan, are you ready? The time and stage is yours.
Just whilst they're getting the technology up, I have given a copy of the presentation, the full presentation in a PDF form, and I've said that it can be distributed to any participant that wants a copy of the PDF from it. So if you want it, just yell out and we can arrange to get it to you. I'm also trying to set up a WhatsApp group for some people so that we can keep on discussing this outside. So if you want to be involved in that, again, just give us a yell and tell me the details and we can add it in and keep this discussion going. Okay, so being time of the essence, you've heard all of the stuff about the profile, so I won't go into that again. Okay, but the aim of today's presentation is I do not give answers because there is no one answer. What I prefer to do is to pass on information to get every single person thinking about the possibilities. So we're looking at the presentation to foster thought, review, and discussions because there is a need to create a new norm now, not the old norm, but still respecting that. By promoting discussions, real sustainable outcomes, solutions, and innovative ideas can be created. This was in social media just recently by a group called Zero Plastics. So why are we all talking about it here? Well, For instance, Asia is 30% of the total Earth's landmass. It also comprises all but 60% of the world's population. So we can't ignore the Asian impact on this. However, how is it impacting? 10 of the top 30 cities in the world, largest cities in the world, are in Asia. Four of the five largest countries are in Asia. Indonesia is currently number 4, but I understand that there is a push to potentially see it move to number 3 with population growth soon. Kiribati, for instance, part of our Pacific areas, they purchased 6,000 acres from Fiji in 2005 because they were thinking they will have to relocate their country soon due to rising sea level. Of the top cities in the world at most risk by rising sea level, Bangkok is number 7, Mumbai number 2, Shanghai number 6, and Miami, Florida is also in the top 10 as well. Those are from rising levels. So what are we doing here today? We need to think about how things have gone before. In Indonesia, the modern Indonesian ancestors arrived here 4,000 years ago, a little bit before my time and a bit before anybody else's time, but they are part now of our DNA. What has gone before is our present, and what has gone before will dictate our future, because these people have been doing it for a long, long time. So we need to understand past influences and lessons left for us to learn. If I said to you ancient history and asked you to tell me some ancient cultures, most people would think about the Egyptians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Chinese. But before all of those were the ancient civilizations that were created prior to all this, dating back 4,000 years. Most of the major modern ones are only 3,000 years old. But here, you've had populations for 4,000 years. So we need to do it. Sure. Usually people say, anyway. Okay, so major civilization. Our DNA is a product of the well-known civilizations and early indigenous civilizations. So why are we here? Let's set the stage. Unfortunately, nearly 3 billion people, or 37% of the world's population, have never used the internet. So if you are developing an internet product, 63% will be customers, 37% don't know what the internet is. 13% of the world's population have no access to electricity. 37% of the world's population do not have access to clean fuels for cooking. 30% of the world's deaths are related to poverty. 1.3 million people die globally as a result of road accidents. An estimated, and in air pollution terms, 9 out of 10 people will have some breathing difficulties because of pollution. That's currently estimated to be 7 million people a year dying as a result of air pollution. So any project, any initiative that we are doing impacts that. So how many of these factors are actually considered when we start delivering our decisions? Unfortunately, and you can, if you get the PDF, you can read that properly, the microplastics are everywhere. In the Arctic, in the permafrost, there is microplastics there. It's everywhere now. And unfortunately, every piece of plastic that's ever been made still exists today. Every piece. not one piece has actually biodegraded or disappeared. So all our oceans, rivers, lakes, they are very important, but unfortunately, many of them look like this. So anyway, we said before about the fact that these are, that it's rising sea levels. Unfortunately, Jakarta also takes the crown as being the world's fastest sinking city. And again, it's to do with sustainability. It's the fact that the water has been taken out of the aquifers underneath and it hasn't been able to be replaced at the same level, and it is sinking to the point where Jakarta where your government is now saying, we think we might have to move the capital city because 1/3 of Jakarta is under threat from the sea. So when we look back over the past civilizations, we always think that we're inventing things all the time, but we're not. In the past, it's become obvious that the past has influenced our culture, our heritage, our language, our planning, our architecture, agriculture, food security, biodiversity, health care, diet, wellness, education, skills development, housing, commerce, markets. All these have been created, and they've all been influenced by things like religion, astronomy, communities, the growth of tourism, recycling, defense, entertainment, transport. Recycling was done in ancient Rome. As somebody died, an emperor died, all of the old statues were taken away. Many of them lost their heads and new heads were put on. They recycled things. So we've been doing it for years. We go back to this, which was in Pompeii. And it's a food stall that you would see today. So we've been doing things for a long, long time. In terms of the Colosseum, they had a retractable roof. Every person was given a ticket with a seat number. And there were concessions for buying food and drink. And they had fire and emergency evacuation systems in place back then. So we need to learn. And everybody has been thinking in the early Australian Indigenous language that according to legend, the kookaburra, which is a native bird for Australia, its morning call was a signal for the sky people to light the great fire and illuminate and warmth the earth by day. So a lot of this stuff, if you actually go back to it, has been done for a long time, and there's been a lot of belief in it. After all, how many people here had a mother? Everybody would have had a mother. The earth has a mother, and we celebrate that. We celebrate Mother Nature, we celebrate Mother Earth, and we celebrate in most countries Mother's Day. But also in many countries, it is not a matter of that. It is a matter of the women own the land. The men are simply the managers of the land. The women own it. Again, our DNA, what is one of the SDGs? Gender equality. Go back on history. In some cases, women owned the land. Joan of Arc and various other major women were there. We need to learn from these things. All right. You know, in Asia, the Chinese, for instance, are well known for making paper, silk, umbrellas, suspension bridges, the mechanical clock, gunpowder, you name it, they've done it. So we've got a lot to do. The one thing we need to do is that what nature creates can't be copied. We've tried, but we can't because it's too good. And also it needs to be respected, as do all people. This horse and carriage is real. It's in America. It's in Pennsylvania, where average Americans live next door to the Amish. The Amish still only use those to travel. There are lanes on their roads for their horse-drawn carriage. The horse-drawn carriage goes to the shopping centre and gets tied up in the car park. So they have a lot of respect for that. And we need to keep doing this sort of work. After all, this was a quote recently. I don't understand why we destroy something created by man and we call it vandalism. But when we destroy something created by nature, we call it progress. Sorry, can't do that anymore. The SDGs are there, and as I was saying to a few people before, it's how they are integrated that it is no SDG will survive on its own. They all impact on each other, and you must deal with them as an integrated unit. Every country in the world has signed on to the UN to implement SDGs. However, a lot of countries, and after spending a year in Europe, I take my hat off to many of the European countries because you do not talk about SDGs because they know them. Other countries, you've got to explain to them from basics. So one of the areas that we're talking about is, as an example, is the compliance against SDG 3, which is about health. To do that, health impacts on reducing poverty, elimination of hunger, better education, better water and sanitation services, decent work and economics, innovative infrastructure, sustainable cities, et cetera, because this new term has been developed about increasing business health. Business health often simply means not only is the company better off, but the company respects its workers and its customers and deals with people as people and respects them, no matter what their gender, disability, etc., because it is good business. You can spend $1 and make $6. Unfortunately, this is our current one. The bottom left-hand corner was in Brisbane approximately a month ago, where all of those tyres were dumped in a sugarcane field. That is today, and we can't do that sort of thing. We can't have landfill like that. Our roads are getting chock-a-block full. Our industries are creating problems. There is alternative versions available in industry about waste to energy reductions and all those sorts of things. We don't need to do these sorts of things anymore, but it is currently our present. We have things like, you know, how much plastics that we recycle in various ways. However, during the pandemic periods, air pollution cost inhabitants of European cities more than 160 billion euros each year due to long and short-term health impacts. This is the impact of us on our environment, but it's the impact of us on us. And we need to do something about it. Fossil fuels, pollution from fossil fuels in 2018 cost the average citizen 1,250 euros per person, or 4% of their annual income, was the effects of us on us. So we need to start looking at what we're doing. There's a number of quotes around. We all know the one, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That's the basis of sustainability. We can't leave our next generation with less than we started with. The big one is, though, that we have to stop, think, consider, rethink, reconsider, and implement, then rethink, reconsider regularly to make sure we get the best possible outcome for all. As I said, there's no one answer. And when you come up with an answer, it's not a final answer. It is an ongoing battle to make sure you get the right thing. And these are some of the mottos. You know, we can't end up doing, unfortunately, this sort of thing anymore. There's quotes around about farmers. No farmers, no food, no future. And we've got to be able to look at, okay, when we do these sorts of things, is it a battle cry? We cut down forests for new development. What's the impact of it? Farms are lost due to new development. What's the impact of it? Today, these are all Indonesian photos, and it just shows you that the best practices are, and the interrelationships are often through nature, because it is nature that we need to preserve. And a picture is worth 1,000 words was a comment by Napoleon many years ago. And today, we've got areas in Indonesia now where the government is starting to preserve its heritage and its traditions. We've got areas where people have been farming areas for centuries. So today, tomorrow, yesterday, our DNA. Did we listen to the valuable lessons that our previous generations sought to teach us? In many cases, no, we didn't. We were either deaf or we didn't bother. We thought we knew better. Are we going to listen? We'll have to. Are we going to move forward together and develop sustainable developments and innovations that will deliver real outcomes? And the emphasis there is on real. And we must recognize that the past is impacting on us now. We have to identify technology advances that allows technology to assist in creating solutions. Unfortunately, I went to a United Nations seminar a couple of years ago, heard one of the Silicon Valley people, and I asked the question, who is this product doing? Is the product doing, who's leading it? Is it the customer or the company? The company stood up and said, of course, it's the company. We don't build things to meet market conditions. We build things to create a market, which is silly in my way. We have to identify, have we done this before? Have we ever thought of doing this before? If we have, what was the lessons learned from it? How do we learn from these things? And also, who do we learn from? Our indigenous people around the world have been looking after the land for centuries. They deal with this sort of thing. All religions are based on the preservation of the earth. And if we're doing this, what sort of things have they been doing that we've forgotten how to do, particularly in the areas of community and agriculture? So what do we need to do for today? It's a challenging time today. That's good. So we need to deliver real benefits, real values, not just outcomes. We need to effectively deal with a range of people, communities, and we need tools to deliver them. So why do we need to consider this? Because the problem being is that we always deal with a project or an initiative and we know how this is actually happening to us now. But the same things happen outside of our general scope. If you're doing something here in Denpasar, it'll affect Bali. Bali will affect Indonesia. Indonesia will affect Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia will affect Asia. Asia will affect the world. And you've got to understand that sometimes it is exactly the same issue that is occurring, but we only think directly. We need to start thinking indirectly. And we need, again, as we said, to make sure that we check and see what it is. One of the things we need to do is we need to be able to establish a system where we check on progress, and so that we can say, hey, this didn't quite work the way we thought. Well, let's take corrective action now whilst we can. We need to learn and listen from our DNA, and we need to make sure that we aim high, we aim to be positive, we aim to include, not exclude, because we cannot leave anybody behind and we cannot leave any environment behind, because we're all on the same rock and we're all heading in the same direction. So the aim is for the global future has to be influenced by our past. And I think I've still got a minute or so left. That's not bad. Someone said to me last night, 40 slides in that time, you couldn't do it. I said, just watch. Thank you. Yep. Yeah. We're doing questions now, or at the end of a panel, or how do you want to work? Okay. So I'll be given approval. We can take one question.
Okay. That's nice presentation. You understand the future while you also looking into the side mirror, right? Of the past.
Yes.
Yeah, but can I say something about what you mentioned about Indonesia, part of Southeast Asia, and then also part of Asia, and then going up to the level of global. But I think some of the barriers to be seen is the local wisdom. We are so much pushed into the technological approach, but sometimes we forget about the local wisdom. What is actually traditionally these people already done in the past 100 years. So can we actually include in the equation that things? Thank you.
Absolutely. Because there's a simple fact that, as we said right from the beginning, let's see if I can find it in a hurry. You know, in terms of coming up with technology solutions, 13% have no electricity. How do we run our technology solutions? Unless you're doing renewable energy, waste to energy systems, whatever, these people don't have access. They don't have access to renewable energy either. So 13% cannot be dealt with under a technology solution. And out of the technology solution, 37% have never used the internet. So 60% of people have ever used the internet and might get that solution. So when you're talking about the big companies, they're actually not dealing with anywhere close to the world as total as they would say. And we do need to think about them. We do need to start to think, because a 30-second example, in Asia, one of the issues, as I understand it, because I asked someone about it and they said, happens every day. A major company or a government decides to put a new industrial park in, and they're going to take land away from an existing farm, an existing rice farm. We deal with when I do training, we deal with it at the various levels. What is the real thing with taking that farmland away from the traditional owners? Yes, we got a new factory. Yes, we do a little bit more technology. Yes, we get some high-skilled jobs. That person loses their heritage, their culture, their family, their independence, their respect, and everything, because they may have been 4 generations doing it. They're gone. So how do we deal with those people? Do we just throw them on the scrap heap? No, we've got to retrain them or find them something else to do, or show them how they could do something different with less land, etc. And these people have been dealing with the land for 4 or 5 generations. So why do we not listen to them to work out the solutions to dealing with it? Why do we not go back to some of the early Indigenous people that have been doing this for thousands of years? So yes, we do need to, and we need to wake up quickly and make the decisions. Why are we doing this? Why are we want these as the solutions? Why is this the answer? Why are we going down this path? Always asking why. Thank you. I'll just leave that there.
Thank you, Mr. Alan Tupikov, for your keynote speech. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Bambang Sugiono, HP, to deliver his keynote presentation. Dr. Insinyur Bambang Sugiono Agus Purwono is Associate Professor, retired in Mechanical Engineering Department, State Polytechnic of Malang, Indonesia. A Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Technology, University of Brawijaya, Malang, Indonesia. Master's degree in Management Science and Industrial Engineering, ITB, Bandung. Doctor in Management Science, Faculty of Economic and Business, University of Brawijaya, Malang. As a General Secretary, ISERS India Indonesia Section 2022. More than 20 international journals has been published, also textbooks. As a speaker and keynote speaker in numerous international conferences and national seminars. As a conference chair in numerous international conferences. Dr. Bambang, you have 15 minutes to your presentation. Time is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thanks to Dr. Rudra Banusatpati from GAO of ISERS, and Mr. Siddharth from TechnoAret Group. Thank you so much for your attention about the GoGreen climate change and others. I would like to present my title. Paper title is Plastic Waste Utilization Strategy Planning for Producing the Railway Sleeper. The outline, you can see this research background, literature study, and the research background next. The first is plastic waste. Around 20,000 tons of plastic is produced per day. Okay. Plastic we can recycle until 100 years. Number two, at least 20% of waste is believed to end up in river and coastal water. Number three is, next. Okay, just developing the recycle industry and work toward fulfilling its promise to cut waste. Number four, the nation plastic waste collection capacity to reach the target of 4.29 million tons by 2030. Number five, how to swift the plastic waste become productive product. The problem, number one, is number of plastic waste is larger. How to reduce the plastic waste, how to produce the plastic waste to become the product, switching the plastic waste to become railway sleeper, and how to test, to realize, and to socialize the plastic railway sleeper. Next. Okay. The objective of this research is, next, to design the strategy planning for producing the plastic railway sleeper. Number two, to describe and to socialize and to explain the strategy planning for producing the railway sleeper using plastic waste as raw material. This is the data of plastic waste according to the island, Sumatra, Java, Bali, and Kalimantan, also Papua. And next, data source type of waste, household plastic. The household is the biggest one. Okay. Next, the former researcher. And next, this is the literature study. We can design the strategy planning using this method. Start from vision, mission, objective, strategy, policy, program, budget, and procedure. You can see the definition of each step in strategic planning. This is the definition of plastic. They have two types of plastic. Number one is thermoplastic plastic and thermostatic plastic. Next, the plastic characteristic, the lightweight and higher corrosion for resistance and good electrical resistance and low energy content. Next, this is the plastic extrusion machine. We can use the plastic waste produce or transform, become the product. Next, the railway component. You can see the railway component. The first we use the sleeper using wood, then the iron, and then now the concrete. We try to produce the plastic sleeper using plastic waste. Next, the research method is qualitative approach. The result, plastic waste utilization strategy planning. Number one is vision. how to realize our impossible dreams. Number one is vision of this strategic planning is reduce, collect, and reproduce the plastic waste. And the mission is everyone participate in reducing and collecting the plastic waste. Next, you can see the strategy and then the objective of the strategic planning, then the policy, program, budget, and procedure. This is the step of producing of plastic waste, railway sleeper. Next. 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 Hey, this one. This is the step in producing the plastic waste railway sleeper. Start, collect the plastic waste, then separate, and then wash the plastic waste and cut, become to granular, then produce the plastic waste, become the railway sleeper, try to proof test, and then the last is continuous improvement. Next, this is the picture of the step in producing plastic waste. Collect the plastic waste, then spare it, and then we use extrusion machine to produce the plastic sleeper. Then we try to install in the real railway station. So the conclusion of this research, the research result reveal, next. Okay. The conclusion of this, the vision is to reduce, collect, and reproduce the plastic waste as plastic railway sleeper. The mission is everyone participate in reducing and collecting the plastic waste. How? Number one is to collect the plastic waste in small bin. Number two is to store the plastic waste warehouse, then to socialize the benefit of plastic waste. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bambang Sugiono, for your keynote speaker. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Mark Jacinto to deliver his keynote presentations. Mr. Mark, stage is yours. Well, Mr. Mark Jacinto is deemed as a figure of connection because his belief everyone is connected and related, and helping them, particularly youth, toward making a mark together. Mark is highly recognized and nationally and internationally for his effort leading the online SDG Youth Action Forums and being a part of the Rotary Clubs of Midtown Quezon City. Mark has also represented the Philippines in a conference. Mark has also done the talks on sustainable development, youth leadership, and other related topics in a local, national, and international level. Mark believes in making a mark together. Please, Mr. Arman.
Hello. Okay, one moment. Where do I send it? I'll send it to my email. I don't have WhatsApp. Wait, wait. What's the email?
Sierra Alpha Papa S B and Alpha Papa 2015.
Okay, so I guess while the organizers are waiting, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I am Mark Jacinto from the Philippines. Mabuhay. So I guess before we start, while they're waiting, I would like to ask everyone if we can greet each other using the good morning in our own language. Can we do that? Okay. In 3, 2, 1, go. There. So, salamat pagi in Indonesian. Us in the Philippines, it's magandang umaga. And then as well in other countries as well, we hope we're doing well, we're doing fine. So, I think the organizers are still setting up my presentation. Okay. There, I believe the ones in the group chat or the Zoom call are also greeting in their respective languages. Yes. So I believe we have participants from all over the country, particularly in Asian countries as well. Okay. Okay. No worries. So again, I would like to thank, of course, everyone. And maybe we can give a hand to the organizers. Let's give them a round of applause for organizing this event. And this is really critical, especially right now. We have a lot of events happening related to environment and climate change. Okay. And there, I would also like to thank the Philippine Normal University for nominating me to be here this morning in this honorable and this prestigious academic conference. Thank you so much. Okay. Not yet. Okay. But today I was asked to talk. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. HDMI. Okay. One moment. Yes.
No, you can start with using your okay. So you can speak in this way. It's okay. Yeah. Khususnya dia. Okay.
There. So, hi everyone. Wait one moment. Oh. Okay. There. Okay, it's working. So, hi everyone. Thank you so much again. I apologize for just. I apologize for the technical difficulties. So again, I am Mark Jacinto. I am from the Philippines and I'm currently the creator of the online SDG Youth Action Forum. It's an online community we started last March 2020 during the pandemic, wherein we aim to bridge opportunities to young people, particularly related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So as of now, we have 26,000 members, mostly from the Philippines, and we also have members all over the world as well. So as we all know, and as mentioned by our previous speakers and presenters, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is really a critical part, and it has been present since 2015. We will be celebrating and we will be commemorating with its 7th anniversary on September, and it has been really been encouraged by various member states and the countries in all of the member states to be localized in their respective countries and respective communities. So for example, here in the Philippines, we have the Ambition natin 2040, wherein it is a localized Philippine Development Plan, wherein it aims to focus on the environmental, social, and economic aspect of sustainable development. So this is one of the parts of the commitment of the Philippines in localizing the sustainable development in the Philippines. So ambition in English means ambition or dream. What's our dream for the country or for the community? So aside from the sustainable development goals, we are also celebrating, or we will be commemorating, the Stockholm 50. I believe several delegates from all over the world are currently convening right now in a few days in Sweden to tackle about environmental issues. And of course, other issues as well, such as the Rio Summit, also in other conferences and plans for us to attain and achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So aside from that, the young people, since then, particularly by the United Nations and the member countries, have been encouraged to localize the Sustainable Development Goals and to involve young people in their actions of sustainable development, particularly related to climate action, which is SDG 13. Since then, there are a lot of issues that are happening in our country or in our world right now. Like in the Philippines, we had an earlier start of the rainy season. Usually it starts June, like this month. But this year, we started really early, and it's somehow unprecedented. It started May 12, which is technically still our summer season. So it's becoming more alarming, especially in terms of the issues of climate, because climate in our country and particularly in the Philippines are really changing. So we have a lot of issues happening right now. So these are some focus right now. And we always believe that the young people, and I believe a lot of us are always encouraging young people why their importance to attain and achieve climate action, particularly related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And I always, whenever I do presentations, I always tell them on why are young people important. It's always like a cliche. A lot of people are always saying, oh, we should involve the young people. We should encourage young people to do this, to do that. But why is the youth important in doing climate action? And I think Sir Alan a while ago really mentioned an important and a really key factor about this, that we are all connected and we are all related with each other, that everything we do can really affect both the present and in the future. That's why we should not only look on a certain issue on one aspect only, but we need to check the other aspects as well. So for example, if it's climate action, we need to understand how and why will it affect the environment, and why will it affect the economy or even the people as well. Because of course, there are other aspects that can affect the society and even the economy in the process. So I'll be showing you some practices particularly being done by my fellow leaders in the Philippines related to climate action. So these are some samples. So first is, of course, we have a lot of climate activists here in the Philippines right now, and some of them are localizing international movements like the Fridays for Future, like the one with Greta Thunberg, Youth Strike for Climate, and even other international movements that are being localized in the local level. And to urge and to encourage, particularly our movers and shakers in the Philippine government and the Philippine corporate and other international business arena to do necessary actions related to climate action and sustainability. So these are some young leaders doing climate activism in the Philippines. So aside from that, of course, representation in the international arena. So a lot of young leaders are being invited to the Conference of Youth last year. I believe there's some of my colleagues right now who are in Stockholm, Sweden for the upcoming Stockholm Plus 50 event as well. So aside from that, our government, particularly our National Youth Commission in the Philippines, have been doing necessary efforts to involve and integrate the young people, particularly in the Philippines, related to climate action in the Philippines. So they've been really encouraging our young leaders through our Sangguniang Kabataan or the Youth Council, wherein we are able to pass laws even in the local, in the community level. So there are some startups as well in social enterprises doing business particularly related to upcycling, recycling, and even schools. And I believe since most of us are coming from schools and universities, there are various schools, even starting with the elementary or the primary or in secondary level, who have been encouraging their students to do necessary actions and integrate the climate action to their education or even to their activities. So for example, here in the Philippines, we have the Youth Environment Society Organization or the YESO. This is an organization for public schools and also the 4-H clubs in the Philippines. So aside from that, Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts are also doing necessary efforts for the environment as well and have been really doing campaigns to ensure that climate action is being prioritized and being mobilized as well to their fellow young leaders. So we also have like school policies. I believe some of our student leaders in the Philippines have been really urging to have student-led actions related to environmental conservation and climate action. So some of them have been doing gulayan sa paaralan or school-based urban gardening, wherein they have been using some plastic bottles, used plastic bottles as something that can support the soil. And also some of them are doing recycling and upcycling as well in their respective communities. So through these ways, they are being introduced to climate action as early as their young ages. So some of them are also doing school cleanups. Some of them are doing tree planting and tree nurturing as well. So aside from that, there are a lot of youth-led organizations in the Philippines that have been started to coordinate with and to urge our government or even to lobby for schools to advocate and to champion climate action even in the local level. So this is the Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines. And we also have other environmental conservation organizations who are in the front lines of conserving the environment. So such as the Masumi Reserve. It's one of the geotourism spots as well in the Philippines, but currently they are in constant threats of being displaced, particularly the communities that they're helping, which is the indigenous communities. So of course, we also need to emphasize the importance of art and culture towards championing, towards championing environment. So aside from that, we also have like celebrities and artists. And I believe this is really important because public image and influence are really important for fellow young leaders to mobilize for climate action. And I believe if they have someone that they can look up to and someone who they relate to, it will be a huge boost towards strengthening climate action, particularly for the young people in the Philippines. So just to end, I will be presenting you some challenges in climate youth action in the Philippines. So as of now, we are transitioning to a new term. So recently our President-elect Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos and the son of the current president, the daughter, of the current president, Vice President-elect Sara Duterte are currently doing transition, and they are somehow being prepared on the challenges both in COVID or even in the environmental actions. Although some activists, particularly some climate lobbyists in the Philippines, are somehow concerned, especially with their past actions and past declarations related to the environment. Aside from that, there has been a current open call. They just recently lifted the ban on open pit mining in the Philippines, which is concerning a lot of environmentalists and even the indigenous people in different areas of the Philippines. And this is really a cause of concern because it might cause more floods in the Philippines, particularly in some urban areas as well. So aside from that, there has been a constant red tagging and constant security concerns related to the climate activists, because they are being red tagged. Sometimes they are being claimed as quote-unquote terrorists because of their constant expression to the issues that are happening in our society. So those are the causes of concern right now moving forward as we transition to the new normal and as well to the new government administration by July 1 as mentioned. So as mentioned, and I believe this is a common fact already, that we cannot do it alone. Young people cannot do it alone. And it's really amazing to have academic experts and also different professionals here right now who can talk about for collaboration, because we cannot do everything. And we need to collaborate and coordinate, particularly with young people, for us to heal the world and build a better future for all. So again, thank you so much. Mabuhay again from the Philippines. It's been an honor to represent the Philippines here. And thank you so much again for listening. And let's make a mark together towards building a better and more sustainable future for all. Thank you so much. Salamat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mark Jacinto, for your keynote speaker. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Gede Sudana to deliver his keynote presentations. Dr. Insinyur Gede Sudana is currently a rector of Dwi Jendra University, Bali, Indonesia. Dr. Sudana previously served as Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Dwi Jendra University. He also worked in several countries such as Belgium, Australia, Italy, and so on. Dr. Sudana is the chairman of Indonesian Farmer Union's Bali province. He has published several research articles in reputed international journals. His research focusing on rural economic developments and irrigations, empowering rural peoples and other stakeholders for improving rural agribusiness. Teaching and lecturing about rural and agriculture development, rural sociology, and then management of agriculture.
Thank you very much. I would like to share my experience relating to the climate change, relating to the sustainable development in case of Indonesia, in particular in Bali. Because most of the people in Indonesia, in the world, know Bali. Bali is international tourism destination. So I will try to talk about in a micro level to the global level. Because what we do starting from the micro level will be extend to the other level, the higher level. I talk here about the strengthening cultural approach to improve sustainable development in Indonesia. So we talk about the current condition, not only in Indonesia, not only in the ASEAN, but in the developing countries, we have the problem, the similar problem. The people have been suffered because of the extreme disaster resulted by the climate change. And then we talk now about the climate change, we talk about the global change, because when we talk about the global change, we talk about the global system. Indonesia cannot work alone without the other countries to work also in the development. This has contributed to the various sector of people life, such as the agricultural sector, industry, services. Like here in Bali, we always talk about the services, even though Bali still focus on the agriculture. But because of the tourism development, we always talk about the industry of tourism, we talk about the service of tourism. But because of the pandemic, COVID-19, our industry here in Bali fall down. So we cannot do anything, especially for the industry of tourism. So the government and the stakeholders in Indonesia must continue to take effort, to take an action more seriously and integrated across various sector and discipline. The effect of climate change need to be controlled, and we have the mitigation and adaptation so that they do not endanger the people's lives. Just now, our colleagues already explained about the Sustainable Development Goals. We are all of the people now here. We know, we understand the SDGs might not be achieved well if the climate change do not manage properly at the local, at the national, and the global level. In the common sense, the climate change is only understood as a rising temperature. It is more than it, such as the extreme weather change. We have the experience about that one. If we talk about the SDGs, we have 17 goals. Aside from no poverty, we have no hunger. So if we talk about no hunger, we talk about the food production, not only rice, but many food production as a part of our life. We consume the food from the crops, from the livestock, from the fish, from many things. So we need the technology how to improve that one. So like this one, I may not talk about everything this year, but I just focus on the food the food production, because the food production is a basic need for the people, like no poverty, zero hunger, good health, and well-being. That is the part of the SDGs. Food provision should be increased in terms of quantity, quality, through the improvement of the agricultural technologies. So not only the quantity, not only the productivity, but now we need the quality. So if we talk about the agriculture, we talk about the food, we talk about the food security, we may not talk about the agriculture, but we talk about the system of the food. Not only the production, but we talk about the upstream area until the downstream area, not only from the agriculture sector. In global, the vice development for society is sustainable development. It includes various indicators. Sustainable development as the aims, objective to improve the quality of life of the people around the world, both from the present and the future generation, without exploiting the use of natural resources that exceed the capacity and carrying capacity. And some effort that can be made must pay attention to the element contained in the Sustainable Development Goals, such as the economic growth and equity, social development, conservation and protection of natural resources, such as water, soil, land, and air, and good governance. So what we have to do? In this case, I just want to talk about the cultural system, because Bali has the development based on the culture. Everything we do here in Bali, we focus on the culture. I think in every country also has the culture. How to make this culture being stronger in supporting the technology, in supporting the modernization. So in this case, I just only to show you what is the culture in Bali that already used for the development. I just want to talk about the philosophy of the Balinese. We have three Hitakarana philosophy. Three is Sri. Hita is the happiness, Karana is the causes. So three Hitakarana is the three causes for happiness. We have here the component of three Hitakarana. This is the God, the human being, and environment. The main concept, the main principle of the three Hitakarana is harmony. How to make everything is harmony. How to make this one harmony. So in this picture, we have the relationship here between the human being and the God. Human being, environment. So if we want to have the good development, we have the sustainable development. This is only the philosophy, the concept. As long as we can implement this concept, this philosophy, Trihitakarana, I think we can achieve, we can reach the sustainable development goals. But not only Balinese can do like this, because the Balinese, the island of Bali is very small and many people come to Bali, not only the people come from Indonesia, but the foreigner also come to Bali. So there are many culture mixed together here. Now how to maintain, how to strengthen the philosophy of Trihita Karana. Here. We always do everything based on the God. Let's say in the agricultural sector, in the farming, in the rice farming system. In my research, we have at least 15 ritual ceremonies in one season. Rice planting, it's made that within 4 months. Starting from to get water, we have the ritual ceremony, and then preparing the seed, transplanting until harvesting, we have the ritual ceremonies, at least 15 ritual ceremonies. That is in the small case in the rice farming system. At the global, in Bali, we also have the ritual ceremonies for the earth, for the mountain, for the hill, for the water in the lake, on the sea, for the crop, for the plant, trees, or the livestock. We always, what is the main objective for these ritual activities? Only how to make harmony. Even when we have the pandemic COVID-19, we have ceremony. There are many ritual ceremonies here. Even when we had the explosion of Mount Agung, we have ritual ceremony to control. Maybe the God listen to our prayer, and then the God bless. If not, maybe we will have the big explosion. I think 3 years ago here in Bali. So we believe about that one. That's why we try to maintain, to conserve our culture as a local knowledge, as a local wisdom. We cannot stop the modernization. We cannot stop the technology, the modern technology, but we still use. We have the togetherness between the local wisdom and the modern technology. This is only the concept also, what we are doing in terms of Sustainable Development Goals achievement. Here we have the 5 partnership form: trust building, equal partnership, participation, accountability, and mutual benefits. Because we work not only the government alone, but we work together with the local people, with the stakeholder, government, or legislative here. And then the principle is universal integration and no one left behind and inclusive. So we are together. From the small scale, Bali, inter-islands, inter-provinces, and inter-states at the global system. So this is the concept, and then of the Balinese people, how to achieve sustainable development goal. Even though until now we cannot achieve that, because there are still like the problems we have here about the education, about the poverty also. So we try and try. We have endless effort, our government. And then now our government at the provincial level, our governor has the local wisdom how to develop Bali. We call the Sat Kerti. So there is 6 ritual ceremonies. The main 6 ritual ceremonies at the sea, mountain, forest, and for the people also. So based on the local wisdom. You see here, this is the Mount Agung. We have this ritual ceremony here, just to make harmony. This is the lake. In Bali, even though Bali is very small, but we have 4 lakes. And we believe, all of the farmers here in Bali believe that the source of water from the lake. So every 6 months, 1 month in the Balinese calendar equal to 35 days. 1 month, not 30 days. So every 6 months, the people will come to the temple. Every lake has a big temple for farmers, because the farmers believe on the river, every well or dam has the temple. Every rice field belong to individual farmer has the small temple. So I think in Bali there are more than million temple. The small and the big temple, because we believe. See this one? How to conserve the water at the sea. This one also. This is in the international airport. This is the main road in Bali. In Bali, we have a silent day. We call Nyepi. Usually the silent day falls in March. So if you want to see what happened in Bali during the silent day, you can come to Bali in March, when we have the dark moon. No activities. In the airport, no airplane. Nobody go out. So we stop. What does it mean? How the Balinese people to conserve the earth? Ask the earth to take rest. Don't do anything in one day, 24 hours. So it means that I just want to share about this one, how to conserve the earth in order to control the climate change, to control the what we call the impact of the climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I share the same opinion with you, because I addressed this also to this morning about the local wisdom. So when we are talking about something in the future, we need to bring up the local wisdom to at least to reduce the resistance.
Yeah.
And I just rose to SDGs. Actually, I was told that SDG number 4.7 is part of that cultural wisdom. So if we address that, embedded it into the SDG and combine it together, I think this will bring up and enhance this thing to run smoothly side by side with this approach of SDG.
Yes.
Because if you leave it alone totally, then maybe some people will see it, no, it is not our culture, then they become resistant. So let us say loudly that we have to bring and include local wisdom into the SDG. So I would like to invite everybody to support the movement of Barekto.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Because now we start from the small scale, like in our village, our city, our region, because I believe all of us here has the local wisdom. Again, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Insinyur Gede Sedana, for the presentations. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Habil Monica Dragomistrescu to deliver her keynote presentation. Dr. Monica obtained her PhD in the field of enzyme stabilization and application of efficient biocatalytics for green technology, the Department of Biotechnology, Banat University of Agriculture, Science and Veterinary Medicines, King Michael I of Romania from Timișoara, Romania in 2005. Ms. Monica, the time is yours.
Presentation. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to have this presentation in the GoGreen Summit here in Bali. My talk is about microbial enzymes, biocatalysts. Oh, thank you very much. Biocatalysts for green technology. Oh, can you help me? Yes, I am from Romania, from Timișoara, my city, where is Timișoara. And first of all, I want to show you some picture and to say some talk about, some word about Timișoara. You can see here the most important icons from Timișoara. It's a city located in the west part of Romania. Thank you very much. In the west part of Romania. It's a multicultural city where we live in peace, Romanian, Serbian, Slovak and Czech people together. So you can see here, there is a, oh, sorry. And the pointer? Yes. This is an Orthodox church, also a Catholic church. Yes, we have the opera and the very beautiful square, the Union Square. These are the most icons of Timișoara. I work in a very beautiful university, a green university. How you can see is really big and really green. In the university, there are 6 different faculties: agriculture, bioengineering of animal resources, horticulture and silviculture, veterinary medicine, food technology, and also management. We coordinate a journal, an international journal named Advanced Research in Life Sciences, published with Sciendo, which is part of the Gruyter publisher, and invite you to send a paper for publishing. And if you consider, you can join us as reviewer in reviewing processes. But the main topic of this, this summit is the climate change. The climate change and the environmental degradation are both very important issues that we should face locally and globally the same. The climate change is a major challenge that will mark the future of the next generation. We can say that the major challenge in the century 21 is to build an environmentally friendly development, and going through of the economic and social consideration, we should be concerned in combating the climate change and also in the same time a sustainable use of natural resources. Because of the climate change, or our life will be changed from the food to energy that we use, produce, consume, till the way we choose to move on. Unfortunately, the climate change all over the world. I can show you some picture here. Last week in Timișoara, a very strong thunderstorm happened. The streets were covered by rain, by a heavy rain, with a lot of ice pieces covered the street. Everywhere in the night, in a few minutes, everything was covered by water. Also, you can see trees broken and fallen on the streets, an electricity pole destroyed, but the show of the nature, the night show of the nature was really impressive. The green technology could be the future technology to reduce the effect of climate changes. Major innovation in the domain of the green technology are presented, and the application of this green technology could be important effect in the people's daily lives from all over the world. Using the green technology, renewable energy production could be obtained, could be done. The purified enzymes and living cells should be to meet completely the requirements for the greenest energy. The biocatalyst convert energy in the most efficient way. Also, the carbon print of the biocatalytic processes is very low, and the plant residues are completely biodegradable. The impact on the environment and the sustainable agriculture is very small. So we can say that the agricultural biomass is an important renewable source for energy production, and the natural renewable resources are the way to transfer to a sustainable and biological, ecological bioeconomy. The polysaccharides like cellulose from wooden plants and the starch also are renewable raw materials. From that we can obtain important commercial products like biofuels, prebiotic ingredients, and bio-based materials. But there is a big problem because the polysaccharides like cellulose are extremely resistant to hydrolysis. So there is a need, a serious need to stable enzymes and efficient enzymes for cellulose degradation and its transformation with high yields into the bioenergy. The enzyme are green biocatalysts. They are sustainable, biocompatible, biodegradable, and they are synthesized in renewable resources. Implementation of biocatalysis in many branches of industry are very, very important in different global markets. The most important being the food industry, feed industry, biofuels, and detergents, and also the pharmaceuticals. They have a lot of advantages. They work in aqueous solution in very mild conditions like the normal temperature and pressure. That means that the risk of damaging the heat-sensitive substrate are very reduced. They also consume very low energy, and the corrosion effects of the processes are very low. The most important characteristic of the enzymes are the high substrate specificity, and consequently, the byproducts can be obtained in low concentration, and the cost of the production are very, very low. We can say that the biocatalytic processes are green, efficient economically, and also sustainable. The enzymes during the time are more and more used in biotechnological process, and we can say that they are the environmental solution to industrial problems. Unfortunately, the biocatalysts like enzymes have some disadvantages like the low stability, isolation and purification of the biocatalysts are time consuming and need high financial cost. And recovery in active form is very complicated and most of the time are impossible. To minimize these disadvantages, we should find a way for stabilization of biocatalysts. Immobilization of enzymes molecules could be one of this method to improve the stability of the enzymes. The method of immobilization are many and different. Binding or entrapment of this enzyme, of these molecules, or in aqueous insoluble matrices is one of the way to obtain biocatalytic preparation insoluble in aqueous media. There are many important advantages of immobilized biocatalysts, like the free enzyme. They are sustainable, nature-friendly catalysts. They can be reused or used in continuously operated processes. The reaction products are easy to be separated, and in many cases, in most of the cases, the activity and stability of biocatalysts are improved by immobilization. The successful implementation of biocatalysts in more and more industrial processes, the development of new enzymatic technologies required by the biotechnology product market, and the need for renewable energy resources, all involving biocatalysts as stable as possible under the specific operating condition of different processes, made us, me and my colleagues from the research team, to study the immobilization methods for hydrolytic enzymes. The immobilization method used by us were simple and efficient with low cost. The enzymatic preparation was obtained with high enzymatic activity, high immobilization yields, and the stabilizing effects were really important. The immobilized preparation were able to catalyze the hydrolysis reaction of the natural substrate of the cellulase that are macromolecule. The cellulose is a macromolecule. It's a macromolecule, yes. The two methods used were physical bonding and entrapment in porous polymeric matrices. The most important was entrapment in sol gel biomaterial obtained in mild condition. These biomaterials have a porous structures that may allow the access of the substrate to the enzymes and of the products from the enzymes to the bulk media. The sol gel biomaterials have very important characteristics. They are biocompatible, hydrophilic, and they have antibacterial properties. We used cellulase for immobilization because they are involved in the enzymatic hydrolysis of cellulose, and their application of the cellulose are in the industry of bioethanol, in the food and feed industry, and feed additive industry. To realize an efficient bioconversion of cellulose to fermentable sugars, we need cellulase capable of functioning synergically, and also enzymatic preparation with high cellulosic activity, high stability under specific condition, and high catalytic efficiency in the hydrolysis of the insoluble cellulosic substrate. Considering that, the immobilization is a strategy to improve all these characteristics required by the technology. We use the microbial enzymes obtained from Trichoderma viride in solid state fermentation. The two immobilization methods, physical bonding and entrapment in silica gel matrices. To synthesize the silica gels, we use different precursors like tetraethoxysilane and tetraethoxymethylsilane, and also more versatile precursor, shortly TIOS. I will name it TIOS. We use the classic gels and also optimized gel by us. We developed a new method to immobilize, to obtain these biomaterials. We try to immobilize in hybrid gel, like alginate silica gel. And in the optimization method, we use the co-solvent ethylene glycol, which is not used in general for this biomaterials preparation. There are a lot of gels obtained by us with different cellulase activity and different immobilization yields. The better results we obtained for alginate wet gel containing the enzyme entrapped in the porous matrices. For the classical methods, by using ethanol as co-solvent and tetraethoxysilane and tetramethoxysilane as precursors, the activity was a little bit lower. So we try to develop a new biomaterial to obtain better characteristic of the immobilized enzymes. So in this case, we used ethylene glycol as co-solvent and to obtain the sol, and also the sol H was used in entrapment of enzymes. The sol gel method for enzyme immobilization follows some steps. The precursors and the co-solvent ethanol was used to obtain in the seed catalyst a sol, and after the sol in basic catalyst and in the presence of the enzyme solution was jellified. In case of TIOS, we can say that the sol is obtained, the gel is obtained directly without through the sol step, and instead of the ethanol, we used ethylene glycol as co-solvent. Our results proved that the cellulase entrapment are non-invasive method. There are not significant influence in the important operational processes of the enzymes like optimum pH, optimum temperature, kinetic parameters, and the stability studies show that most of the, about 60% of the activity under condition of pH and temperature close to the condition in the proximal part of the animal's digestive system were retained. The decrease in catalytic efficiency was balanced the effect of stabilization by immobilization and the need for solid preparation with enzymatic activity to be able to be part of the feed additives. Considering that, we developed a study about release of cellulases from the gels in this condition, pH 2.2 and 37 Celsius degrees. The release of the enzymes from the gel follow this scale. The better results were obtained for alginate wet gels containing the enzyme immobilized there, and it can be shown that seen that the gel developed, the biomaterials developed by us, by me and my colleagues in the research team, had better results than the classic gels mentioned in the literature. Okay, I finished now. Okay, thank you very much. We also did some, just a second. we also did some analysis like electron microscopy, thermogravimetry, and also FTIR spectra to understand the biochemical characteristic of the enzymes, and all of the results, all the conclusion lead it us that our gel developed by us is similar to the TIOS-based gel. Okay, I want to thanks to all my colleagues involved in the research. I want to thank you. I want to thank you for the presentation. These images from our campus, from our universities, a really green campus And I invite you to visit our university, city, and country. Thank you very much. Sorry if I was too long. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but just to appreciate what this Monica said, just to check another thing. Well, you know that you're centered around enzyme, right?
Yes.
We know from your presentation, of course, you managed to make loss. I lost on understanding, but again, this is not my line of research. But from my high school telling me that it's very temperature sensitive if you're using the enzyme, right?
Yes.
And also contamination problem.
Yes.
And another one is quite expensive compared to another approach.
Not all are very expensive. There are very cheap enzymes.
Good. So then that's actually diminish, omit the expensive one. But the contamination and temperature, how you tackle this? Because you mentioned about 37 degrees, right?
37.
And it is acidity of 2.2 pH.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So how? Thank you.
Thank you. So the enzymes works very well if we can follow the condition that they require, the pH, the optimum pH, the optimum temperature. But now there are enzymes that can work including at 90 degrees Celsius. In the detergents industry, there are some hydrolyses like cellulases, amylases, lipases, and proteases that can work in very high temperature. So we have very good enzymes now, and there are many green technologies developed using by these enzymes. The infections are not so big, only if we use complete whole cells containing the enzymes as a reservoir of enzymes.
So disposal of this is safe for human, right?
It's safe, it's safe, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Monica, for the presentations. And I would like to welcome Mr. Farke Matai to deliver his guest presentation. So you have 10 minutes to present your presentations.
Hi, good afternoon. I think that you have seen too many presentations. Is it? And you are looking the mobiles and you are speaking to someone like that. But now I want to say something only about the environment. The environmental issues that which we have to, how we can solve the problem. How we can solve the problem, that is our, that we have to think. In the grassroots level, with the Grama Sabha, with the residents associations, with the small groups, we have to solve the problem. We are speaking about plastics. We are speaking about simply wasting everything, the waste management, everything. But why we are not speaking about us, about me? We have to speak with ourselves, not to others. So we have to do one thing, that if you are making some waste, who has to put it? You have to, no, not to another body. It should not be done by the government. It should not be done by the university. It should not be done by other people. It should be done by, yes, me. It is the thing. So for that, we have to develop the people with confidence. First quality, you have to develop the people with confidence. The people should understand that they have the power to solve the problem. What is, if the wastewater is there, waste is there, there is no tree, they are cutting the trees, there what we have to do? We have to empower the people. We have to give the confidence to the people, not to any other body. So the people will think, the people will say that I can do this, that we are making confidence. Then second, the competence. Competence means I have the power. Not you, but I have the power. Now, every time we are saying that you can do, you can do, you can do. We are not saying that I can do, I will do. What we have to say? That we have, I will do, I will make this, I will not put wastewater there, I will not waste there, I will plant tree, I will not cut any tree or anything. That we have to take the steps. That is competence, that I have the power. The third is the connectivity. Here, too many people are sitting here, but nobody has any connectivity. So you are together, you know everybody is together, but you don't know me. Yeah, so we have to make what? First, we have to make connectivity. Yes, we have to say that I have planted 10 trees. Madam, can you also plant 10 trees? Yes, so we have to make a connectivity. I did not put the waste on the road. I put the waste in a basket and I have put it in a pit. Can you? So this is a connectivity. We have to develop the connectivity together. Now we are not. So I have to do nothing. We are not interested of connectivity. The next thing is character. What is character? So we have to change our character. You have some characters that I will do like this. I will sit down every time with the pencil and I will look the marks book and I will do with the computer. I will do with the, or I will do these things. So we have to make our own. We have to change our own character, not others' character. That is the other thing. Then we have to make a contribution. If you are 10 trees, you have to give me 5 or 2 or 1. Then I will also plant and he will also plant. So we have to give a contribution that we have this much things. And I have a pit, big pit. So you can also put your waste in the pit. And if there are some waste on the road or some thing that is not good for us, then you can also take that and put it in the basket. So that is things that it is not our duty, it is some other's duty. So we have to make our own. We have to change our own mind. We have to change the attitude. The next thing is consuming time. Every time we will say that we have no time. Yes, every time we are saying there is no time. I have no time to plant. I have no time to put the waste outside. I have no time for anything. So we have to find out. We have to change. We have to make a change in our time. Because that the consuming time. Time is very precious. We will not get even a single second for our life. So we have to consume. We have to make an arrangement to consume our time. Then the next one is coping skills. You have to coping skills. If you have some coping skills, you have some skills that I have to. Yes, you are every time you are smiling. So I have to be also. So simply I am every time like this and he is smiling. What will happen? So we have to be coping skills. So it is not copying, but it is coping skills. It is only for coping skills. Then last one is control. As an environmental activist or a preacher, or I have to be very controlled. I must keep very controlled. When I am doing anything, everything, we have to be controlled because our habits should be controlled, our character should be controlled, our attitude should be controlled, or all our setups should be controlled. So the organizers told me that I have to stop with 6 minutes. So thank you for inviting me for this program. I came from Kerala, from India, and I am working with the NOSER organization, NOSER High Rainbow Consumers Council. So if you are interested, we can change the world with the happy hope. Here you are seeing that the world in the world, 114 countries there participated this happy record, and India is 139. I think that Jakarta, Indonesia is more than that. So anyway, we can work together for it, because under the GFSRD with the Jayanta Chaudhary, we are planning for developing 1,000 villages as happy villages. So thank you for listening me and hearing me. And if you have any doubts or questions or anything, please, and you can share me also. You can have my address in there, or you can contact me also. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Makematai, for the guest presentations. Now I would like to welcome Ambassador Smiley Mukta Gosal to deliver her guest presentation virtually. Once again, I would like to welcome Ambassador Smiley Mukta Gosal to deliver her guest presentation virtually.
Greetings to everyone. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, audible. Audible.
Okay.
Very clear.
Okay, cool. Greetings to everyone from Dallas. It's over midnight here. My sincere gratitude to Mr. Rudrabhanu Satpathy, for inviting me.
Ms. Smiley Mukta Gosal, could you unmute your microphone?
I did. Can't you hear me? Not sure. Hello.
Clear. Okay, the time is yours, please.
Okay. Hi, greetings to everyone. I'm super excited to be here on this beautiful platform. Thank you. My humble gratitude to Mr. Rudrabhanu Satpathy for inviting me to this excellent event. Taking the opportunity, I would like to talk about nature is an ultimate vaccine. As a global sustainable ambassador, I have been falling in love with nature. Protecting Mother Earth and diving into nature has been my passion right from my childhood. Growing with that, I have entered to the sustainable mission to turn a sustainable future. I'm so excited and happy to be among all the personalities here. And if my session able to add value here, I will be super excited. Taking again the opportunity, taking all of you on a very natural way of giving my presentation. I will be looking here and there to just, take down my, looking at my notes. But having said that, let's talk about the impact of nature. Length of protection is definitely unknown, and beyond control. But I can say to some extent, preventive way, staying close to nature. Don't you think so? Nature has given us everything in abundance. We just have to be wise to accept the fact and to live healthy, to cherish in decades, taking things up from the nature. Being in nature and close to respect nature, we just have to set our mindset. Mindset that we love nature. We can do things from nature. We have to embrace nature, and we have to have respect and adore and take things from the nature. Accepting nature's goodness can be the best gift for a lifetime. Believe me, trust me. I believe in this concept and I practice what I say. Every notes of mine are being dived the way I value nature. Exposure to nature contributes to physical well-being and control of many chronic diseases, believe me, trust me, which are definitely irreversible with aging, but can be preventive if we stay close, accept wisely, and take things from the nature. Medical science have proven that being in nature has a profound impact on our brain and overall behavior, helping us to lead a stress-free. And in fact, it's a booster for our hormonal mental balance and to be gracefully live healthy. Now, how does nature impact our well-being? There are many questions always being asked. Exposure to nature not only makes us feel better emotionally, but it contributes to our physical well-being, reducing many illnesses like blood pressure, muscle tension, and most important is the stress, and it reduces mental illness. Now, you all must be saying, I'm just only giving long lectures. Does it really happen? Yes, it does. In Ayurveda, we say every illness have a solution. You know what? The solution from the plant. So we have to act wisely to identify, to dive, because we all want to stay healthy. Why not? Take things, identify what is the nature's benefit. But in this fast-moving world, we are so much in the human race and obsessed with synthetic and depend on medicine. Why? Look at our ancient times. I have seen my own grandma and grandpa living so healthy because they have been taking things from the nature. Nature's goodness, the herbs in their daily life. That is the concept of Ayurveda. But now, in this consumerism society and in the modern busy life, we are moving away from nature. But we like nature in what way? Oh, I have to take a picture. I have to look for a good greenery, good spot. But when it comes in terms of respect, take things from the nature, then we move away. Why do we do that? Why can't we respect the nature? Because we are in the nature. We are surviving because of nature. We are doing so many things for others. Nature has given us everything. We are surviving because of nature. What are we doing to nature? Are we? No, we are not. Let's act responsibly and let's stay healthy. Health is wealth, we all know. But we are not wise. Just like a smart shopper, be a smart investor. Investor to yourself. Investor to take from the nature. Invest in environment. That is the wise, best way of doing things. Trust me, as a green icon and a global sustainable ambassador, my mission and vision is to bring greenery and encourage people to live healthy, taking things from the nature, change their lifestyle. Lifestyle, take things which are just being in and around, surrounded with natural. Breathe in nature. Walk in nature. Take things from nature. Make a habit of gardening. Looking only into the nature can give you so much positiveness. Believe me. Try to inculcate, try to bring all those habits, and you see the magic around. None other than, there are two things in life we have to betterly understand. Respect human being and respect nature. If we combine these, you see the magic around. You see things fall in place. You see the blessings. You see the shower around you. Be close to the nature, use natural products, practice healthy lifestyle, and accept taking things from nature. That means be organic, be sustainable, dive into sustainable green entrepreneurship, which will not only bring a lot of wonders for our future generation, but at the same time will add value. Nature heals our body and mind and take care of our mental illness. Now, I will just give you very, very simple examples which I follow. You know what? Simple examples. Let's follow. Follow with me. Every day, 20 minutes walk, brisk walk in the nature. Only looking at nature. It could be a painting. Feel a plant next to you. Sniff some good flowers. Boost your energy by doing meditation and yoga in the nature, not in a closed, under air condition or in a closed room. You see the difference when you do that, how much energized you feel. Take nature vacation. If you want to relax, tired, just close your eyes and sit under a beautiful tree. It can be in your yard or just look into the nature. Instead of moving into mall, why don't you take a nature walk? If you want to de-stress yourself. I mean, I always keep my natural blends all the time.
I'm sorry
Just
to
sniffing them can bring so much wonders. Because as an aromatherapist, natural blends bring wonders. And one should have these natural blends. And some of my natural blends are used in very, very known wellness centers as well to treat patients. Now, coming back, plan some positive plans. Do you know there are positive
I'm
plans?
sorry to interrupting, Ms. Gosha.
Yes.
Okay, the time is up. Thank you for the nice presentation.
Okay, okay. It was really amazing. And thank you, very, very much for giving me this time. I would look forward to any comments. And thank you once again. Stay happy. Be sustainable, act sustainable, and think sustainable.
Well, that is the last presenter for the keynote speaker. So we would like to invite you for something that you're waiting for. We will having lunch break after this, and we have 1 hour for lunch break, and then after that we will assemble again here in the venue.
Other than protein products. It's higher in the keto group. Same in extensive group. We found the significantly high in the keto group. Same as BCTI, 55.9. These are the nutritional ratio. 5.887. It means
the lunch available on the
is more efficient in the fermentation system compared to extensive system because we found
So you may take all of your
we found the iron ratio in the keto group 5.87. Nitrogen intake. We take that's created in urine, total balance, nitrogen deficiency. Nitrogen secreted in urine.
Tes satu satu. Tes satu satu. Gedean deh. Gedean deh. Channel 2 3. Tes satu satu satu. Tes tes. Tes satu satu dua tiga. Tes satu satu dua tiga. Tes mana? Tes channel satu satu dua tiga. Tes satu dua tiga. Channel satu deh. Tes satu C. Cara ngolahnya deh. Tes. Tes satu. Tes. Tes satu naik deh.
என்ன இல்லை போடா போடா போய் எழுதி வரேன் பாரு எல்லாம் கரெக்டாக டைட்டில் இருக்கான்னு பார்த்தோம் இப்படிதான் நிற்குது ஷக்காக நிற்குதா நேற்று அட்டன் பண்ணீங்களா இல்லை இன்னைக்கு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நாளே பிரசன்டேஷன் வைக்கிறானவா ஆமா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆர்டர் கொடுத்தாங்க போயிட்டு செல்ல ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க சார் மீனா சார் வந்தார் இல்லை போயிட்டு இருக்கலாம்ப்பா அவ்வளோதான் வந்து ஆல் பீங் கீழே தான் இருக்கா இல்லையான்னு என்ன அங்கே சசிகுமார்
Good afternoon, Mubarak. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Madam, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Madam.
Hello.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Morning, sir. I am Dr. Hari Lakshmindra Kumar.
Sir, myself, Dr. N. Senthil Kumar from India, Annamalai University. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
I will start my video. But you have right now video? No.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th GoGreen Summit, Asia for Earth International Conference on Climate Change 2022. First of all, I would like to welcome our session chairs for the technical session, Dr. Jayanta Chaudhuri, Tripura University, India, and Dr. Gaspar Sorin from Banat University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine, Timisoara, Romania. Thank you.
So good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. After lunch, this is the first technical session. Technical session, we are going to have mostly 12 papers. Altogether 12 papers from different parts of the world, and also on different issues related to environment and related to this conference theme. And I'm happy that the first session, this technical session with me, also co-chair from Romania. So both of us will make that thing. And as instructed by the organizing committee, that we have to identify two best presenters as the oral presenter and two good research paper, and also overall as a best presenter. So this is the assignment also you take. And we are happy that we have our moderator with us, and we'll request all of you who will present physically as well as who will make virtually, all of you will get allotted not more than 10 minutes. If you can finish before that, we'll be happy. And there will be some questions, answers at the end of all the presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question, you can put and later part end of the all presentation, then we go there. And I'm happy that our another chair, he will also make the gist of this after conclusion of each presentation. The end of the session, he will conclude this. Okay. So would you like to speak something?
Yes, thank you. I'm honored to be here to participate at this summit. And of course, I'm happy because I represent my university, Banat University of Agricultural Science from Timisoara. And
yeah, that's it. So thank you. 10 minutes over to moderator. You can go.
Thank Thank you, Dr. Jayanta Chaudhuri and also Dr. Gaspar Sorin. I will continue. Now, first, I would like to welcome Mrs. Bhavana Utkarske from Government College of Pharmacy, India, to present her paper titled Isolation, Characterization, and Evaluation of Extract of Cabaris selanica steam, and its in vitro anti-cancer activity evaluation. Can you share?
Is it not moving?
Yes, sir, from the, you can use our.
It is not presenting. No? It is. Eight. Is it now moving? Yeah.
My oral presentation topic of isolation, characterization, and evaluation of extract of Caparis selanica strain in vitro anti-cancer activity evaluation by MTSM method. Myself, Bhavana Utkarske, Pharmaceutical Chemistry Department, Appa Saheb Devnai College of Pharmacy, Sangli, Maharashtra, India, and my guide, Dr. K.B. Burade, in charge principal, Government College of Pharmacy, Kara, India. This is my abstract of oral presentation. Next. And today's topic contains first one, abstract, introduction, materials and method, in-depth materials and method. First one, authentication of plant, extract preparation, phytochemical screening, column chromatography, characterization, molecular docking, in vitro, anti-cancer activity, result and discussion. And last one, references. Next. Introduction. Herbs had been used by all cultures throughout history, but India has one of the oldest, richest, and most diverse culture living traditional associated with the use of medicinal plant. We know that India is one of the greatest and oldest and having a lots of herb medicine. And each herb medicine shows a number of biological activity. Here I am using a Capparis xylonica stem, and Capparis xylonica in Marathi is called as Vagati. And that plant mainly used in household. Next. And it shows anti-cancer activity. Anti-cancer means abnormal growth of uncontrolled cells and causes of cancer. First one, chemical, tobacco, radiation, hormones, and immune condition. Next. And here is my plant. I'm using stem part of the plant, Capparis xylonica stem family Capparisis. Distribution, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, China, Malaysia, and in many other countries. And this plant used as the first one, anti-cancer activity, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, antimicrobial, anthelmintic, immunostimulant activity. And that this plant contains phytochemical constituent. First one, glycosides, flavonoids, alkaloids, and fatty acid and lipids. Next. Next, materials and method. First of all, authentication of plant by Department of Botany, Kasturbai Walton College of Sangli, Maharashtra, India. Next. And I'm using a method for extraction, continuous hot extraction method by Soxhlet apparatus. Here the extraction procedure, first of all, maceration with the help of alcohol and water, 80% alcohol and 20% water. After the maceration, extract with ethyl acetate and hexane. Ethyl acetate is one of the and that's why I'm using acetate and hexane. After in airtight container. Next. And here the extraction procedure. Determination of extractive value of Capparis xylonica stem. The extraction with the help of hexane and ethyl acetate, color green, consistency solid, extractive value 4.47. After the extraction, phytochemical screening. Phytochemical screening were used for the phytochemical analysis for the identification of various classes of chemical compounds, first of all, steroids, alkaloids, glycoside, and flavonoids, using a standard protocol. And here are the number of tests, phytochemical tests of Capparis xylonica stem. First of all, flavonoids, it shows positive tests. All tests are positive, as well as glycosides and alkaloids. Next. That's why this plant contains alkaloid, flavonoids, and glycosides. In case of extraction, I'm using a ethyl acetate. Ethyl acetate shows a number of positive tests. And here after the analysis, IR spectra, in case of IR spectra, proton NMR, GCMS, and here the values of GCMS and proton NMR. Next. Next. And this is the structure elucidation of my plant stem part. Here the predictive formula C22, H30, N3O4, and having molecular weight 400.49. This is predicted structure of this plant. Next. And next one, molecular docking study. Molecular docking study is important for activity point of view or receptor point of view. I'm using here the MTT as a method for anti-cancer activity. Here the receptor one, tyrosine kinase protein. Next, here the docking structure or docking study with the help of software AutoDock Vina, having the version 1.12. HER2 receptor is concerned to the cancer, and all phytochemical constituents were docked with HER2 along with 5-fluorouracil. 5-fluorouracil is one of the anti-cancer agent, and compared with the 5-fluorouracil in case of docking study. Next. Here the pharmacological screening, in vitro pharmacological screening by MTT as a method. In this case, I'm using MTT. MTT means 3,4,5-dimethylthiazole, 2-vial 2-diphenyl tetrazolium bromide means MTT. By mitochondrial succinate dehydrogenate, MTT enter into the cells and travel to the mitochondria and this converted into the dark purple color. And these are the dark purple color shows insolubilization nature. After the addition of isopropanol, it shows solubilizing agent. Next, this is exact procedure of MTT SM method. Next, this is reading point of view or testing point of view. Reading of control minus reading of the treated cells and divided by the reading of control into 100. Next.
Excuse me, 3 minutes left.
Okay. Next, this is a test group, standard group, and last slide. Last slide. Before that. Last one, conclusions. According to the phytochemical review, Capparis zalanica stem extract are present: glycoside, saponin, alkaloid, flavonoid, tannin, free amino, carbon, vitamin C. Most medicines include pharmacological and biological effective chemical compounds. A quantitative chemical test that specify pharmaceutical consistency and purity. In Capparis zalanica stem, phytochemical analysis shows flavonoid, and that flavonoid shows anti-cancer activity by MTT-SM method. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. Now, if you have any questions regarding to the previous presentation, please don't hesitate to ask.
End of the session. It will be end of the
Okay, it will be at the end of the session. Now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now we will move on to the next presenter. I would like to welcome Dr. Kanchan Negi from Hanirisi University, India, to present her paper titled Importance of Cross-Cultural Communication Through Rhetorical Sensitivity in Raising Awareness for Green Energy for Sustainable Future. Time is yours.
Can you close this one? Excuse me. Can you close this? Yeah. Is the pointer is working? Please give her. Next, you can go to the next one. Some manual.
Namaste. The first one.
Yeah.
Namaste, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And apa kabar Indonesia? Bye. So at the onset, I, Dr. Kanchan Negi from Dehradun, Uttarakhand, India. I really want to thank the entire team of Asia for Earth 2022, ISERS and BioLeagues for inviting me here for my presentation. Before I jump into my topic for the day, I would like to say, हुई सभ्यता की शुरुआत जहां से बड़ा है विद्या का घेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा, हिंदू मुस्लिम नहीं कोई यहाँ, सब भारत के रहने वाले, हंस हंस के झूलते हैं फांसी, यहाँ आजादी के मत वाले, नहीं पाप हृदय में जरा सा भी, बस प्यार का ही है बसेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा, वो भारत देश है मेरा. And I really want to translate this to the others. From where the civilization began, from where the circle of knowledge has grown, where all people from different religions live together, where the freedom fighters smilingly hang themselves to death, where there is no hatred, but only love and peace in the hearts of the people. That is my country, India. That is my country, India. Well, my topic for the presentation is importance of cross-cultural communication through rhetorical sensitivity in raising awareness for green energy for sustainable development. Well, can we all imagine our lives without communication? I'm sure not. Communication has always played a vital role. I have this PPT and probably I would like you to see that our journey, our evolution, slide number 2, please. Yes. The journey of a man from Pilopithecus to Proconsul to Drypithecus to Oreopithecus to Ramapithecus to Australopithecus, the images are there on the screen, to Paranthropus to advanced Australopithecus, Homo erectus, early Homo sapiens, Solo man, Rhodesian man, Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon man, and finally to modern Homo sapiens have been full of challenges and advancement. So let us enhance our knowledge about the oldest languages of the world first, and then I'm going to talk about what exactly is the context of my presentation. Well, the most influential tradition of implicit communication, the history says that it's embedded within the European rhetorical tradition as it developed out of Greek and Roman antiquity and spread through the colonization in European empires. And from there, it floated from ancient China and India to the other parts of the country. There has been a list of the oldest dead languages on earth as well. So dating back to at least 3500 BC, this is the next slide, please. The oldest proof of written Sumerian was found in today's Iraq on an artifact known as the Kish tablet. Given this evidence, Sumerian is considered the first language in the world. Sumerian was gradually then replaced by Akkadian as a spoken language around 2000 BC, but it continued to be used as literary, ceremonial, scientific, and sacred language until the 1st century AD. The next slide shows the other old languages which are extinct now. It's Hurrian, Pellaec, Egyptian, Akkadian, Elamite, Hittite, Mycenaean Greek languages. Now, let's talk about the oldest living languages in the world, where Sanskrit is 3,500 years old, followed by Greek, 3,400 years old, Hebrew, Coptic, Egyptian, Chinese, Aramaic, Arabic, Farsi, and then Irish, Gaelic. Now, here the main context, why am I talking about this? This is basically because we know that without communication, nothing is possible, be it your personal life or your professional life. This forum, this global platform is the best platform to let us all know that we all are here from different parts of the country to discuss about the global issue that is about the environment. We all may not understand, though English is supposed to be considered as a universal language, but still many of us have problems in understanding the language, right? Because that is the semantic barrier, which all of us need to overcome. And I think this platform is the best platform to overcome this barrier. The credit goes to the organizers. Now we all know what energy is. Yes, that's the ability to do work, and modern civilization is possible. You know, our journey from ape to the modern Homo sapiens, the journey has been possible because we all started to interact with each other, which we actually started to understand the emotions. Now, what is the term rhetoric? Rhetoric is a way of communicating one's thought to someone else in an organized way so that they understand, while rhetorical sensitivity can be defined as the ability to be adaptable in communication with others, which is of utmost importance in today's time. Moving ahead, the voice, attitude, message, reception, audience, tone. If all these elements were not there, we would not have been able to understand what the other speakers also spoke, because these are the important elements of rhetorical sensitivity. Yeah. we people have been talking about the sustainable future, but nobody till now has emphasized upon the 17 SDG goals which the United Nations had laid, that all the nations across the globe have to fulfill, have to accomplish, have to overcome these 17 sustainable development goals by 2030. Where number 1 is no poverty, number 2, zero hunger, number 3, good health and well-being, number 4, quality education, number 5, gender equality, number 6, clean water and sanitation, number 7, affordable and clean energy, number 8, decent work and economic growth, number 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, number 10, reduced inequalities, number 11, can we please change the slide as well so that the others can see, please? Slide, please. Yeah. Number 11, sustainable cities and communities. Number 12, responsible consumption and production. Number 13, climate action, for which we are having the seminar today. Number 14, life below water. Number 15, life on land. Number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Number 17, partnerships for the goals. These are the 17 sustainable development goals, which all the countries have to complete till 2030. Let's talk about, see, we have been talking about the problems, but we have not talked about, like, how can we make the energy source green? For energy source to be considered green energy.
Excuse me, 3 minutes left.
Yeah, sure. I'll just take 1 more minute, followed by a 2 minutes video. Thank you. A zero greenhouse emissions green energy source is exactly what it sounds like. No greenhouse gases are created during the energy sources generation. I would rather go fast. We all know about solar, wind, hydro, tidal, geothermal, and biomass energy. And we all, the question is, are we all using these energies? Do we use the solar energy at our homes? Not many of us. So probably I would just like to emphasize from this global forum that we all need to start, as the saying goes, charity begins at home. We need to start from our homes and offices so that we can actually be the change which we wish to see. So my last slide will show how can we have a sustainable lifestyle. Please, may I have your attention, please? Save energy, eat less meat, use reusable alternatives, go paperless, use renewable energy, recycle and reuse, grow your own produce, and donate your unused items. Let us all unite to create a world that runs entirely on green energy. Can we have the video, please? It is in the day 1 folder. Yes.
No.
I actually rushed because I was told that I just tried to confine my presentation in the set time frame. I think the video is in the same folder. Yes. The video says, let us all unite to create a world. If you allow me, can I come there? Okay. It's there in the same folder.
This is a video?
Yes. Should I, please, Mayor?
Started and where it is going.
bigger. You may not have explored all its rooms.
Can we please have the speakers attached to it?
Bathed in its waters, looked out from the very top floor, nor met all those you live with. This is Latifa, by the way. It's still your home, still mine, still theirs. It's provided all of us with the sustenance and shelter we need to grow and prosper. Our home has treated us well. But as temperatures increase and sea levels rise, it's time to change the way we treat it. It's not easy to change our ways, but if we all look beyond our own walls and see our home for what it really is, it might change you. Like it's transforming us from a black to a green energy company. We no longer produce oil and gas and have decided to stop all use of coal to focus entirely on green energy. And we've already built the world's largest offshore wind operation, enabling millions of people to benefit from the powerful forces of the wind at sea. We want to help create a world that runs entirely on green energy. Because the place we all call home needs love, but love means nothing without action.
Yeah, thank you so much for the video. I would just like to conclude my presentation by saying the land is in a constant state of birth, giving life to all who live on earth. Our carelessness and fears have taken a toll over the years. Her land is parched and scorched as man continues to light the torch. We continue a want of speed and ease, all while our pesticides kill off our bees. It's time to wake up and see Mother Earth's pain. Humanity's selfishness is becoming insane. Soon her cries will turn to gloom and man will cause its own doom and man will cause its own doom. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Now let's move on to the next presenters. I would like to welcome Dan William C. Martinez from Bataan Peninsula State University, Philippines, to present his paper titled Estimation of Above Ground Carbon Dioxide Sequestration in Bataan Peninsula State University.
Content was good. Presentation may not, but presentation was good, but the content is such a good content.
Hello, so I'm Dan William C. Martinez. from the Bataan Peninsula State University in the Philippines. So our study or project is above ground carbon dioxide sequestration estimation in Bataan Peninsula State University. So this is a project under the Office of Environmental Sustainability of our university. So it is projected that in the next 30 years, there will be double the amount of carbon dioxide emissions in the atmosphere, which will result to around 0.8 degrees Celsius average global temperature increase. And to offset this, we need two actions, which is reduction of CO2 emissions, and another is improve public awareness and environmental education, which are the objectives of this study. So the study is about carbon sequestration inside the university. So assessing carbon sequestration of forests and green spaces offers proof of their value as carbon sinks and is critical in calculating how much future carbon dioxide emissions to the atmosphere will be limited by our forests and green spaces. So now our most common way of reducing CO2 emissions is by cutting down our emissions from fossil fuel. But we can also increase our CO2 sequestration using our forests and other green spaces. So this is our carbon pool. So you can see that a large amount of our anthropogenic emissions come from the combustion of fossil fuel. So it ends up in the atmosphere, but only a portion of that carbon dioxide is absorbed by our biotic pool. So in order to address that, we need to increase our biotic pool. So potentially to reduce the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. So we have 5 major terrestrial carbon pools. We have above ground biomass, below ground biomass, dead wood, litter, and soil organic matter. For this particular study, we only considered above ground biomass because the other types of biomass are not directly measurable because they are underground or they are not abundant in our area of interest. So the research gap, so few attempts have been made to explore the potential of trees in carbon sequestration in metropolitan centers. So most studies are focused on forests. So large university campuses offer enough space for urban tree plantings, which might be a viable option for offsetting CO2 emissions. So we can compare a large university campus to a small town or a small city. So they can offer the same amount of carbon sequestration potential. So there are significant gaps in the Philippines' current understanding of the carbon sequestration capability of diverse plantation species, especially in urban spaces. So what is the significance of this study? So investigation of the carbon sequestration capacity of urban areas emphasizes the significance of urban green spaces in mitigating carbon emissions at the local level. So knowing how much carbon an urban green space can sequester may assist an institution offset its emissions and value its green spaces. So the objectives of the study are the following. So the overall goal of this research is to examine the carbon sequestration capacity of current vegetation on the university. Findings will be validated in current research and used to create a sustainability report on the university's annual carbon sequestration. So the Office of Environmental Sustainability in the university is newly established, and we have to draft a sustainability plan, but we need baseline studies on for the plan. So we did this study. So particularly, we need to identify the various kinds, ages, and sizes of the trees on campuses and to apply allometric equations to calculate vegetation biomass and carbon stock. Next is to provide baseline data for the estimation of the university's carbon sequestration potential. And lastly, to create a sustainability report to measure efforts and initiatives in carbon sequestration of the university. So these are some of the related studies which did a similar study, estimating or calculating the carbon sequestration potential of campuses and universities. So this is the simple methodology of the study. First is zoning. We have to divide the area into manageable zones and then tagging the trees, plants, and then tree measurement, measuring the diameter, height of the trees, then data analysis, and lastly is calculation. So this is the map aerial map of our university. So you can see there is a very scarce number of trees in the university. So this is its representation. So we divided it into 6 zones where we will do the tagging and measurement of available trees. So this is the actual method where we measure the diameter, the height of each tree. We also put a tag to identify what specific species the trees are. So we prepared a simple compilation of the all the trees available in the campus. So aside, our goal is not just to measure the CO2 sequestration, but to potentially protect all the remaining trees in our university, because there is a documentation, and then we can submit it to the administration. Then for further development of the university, we need to protect these trees, and also for education. So if we release this, students will be aware that this particular kind of tree can sequester this amount of carbon dioxide, so they can take part in the overall call for climate action. So the methodology, we use allometric equations for estimating CO2 sequestration. So allometric equations are the most often used approach for estimating biomass. Allometric equations for biomass estimate are created by creating a link between different physical parameters of trees, such as diameter and breast height, the height of the tree trunk, the overall height of the tree, crown diameter, tree type, and so on. Equations established for single species and mixtures of species provide biomass estimates for locals as well as large-scale global and regional comparisons. So there are 4 available allometric equations in recent studies. So
Excuse me, 3 minutes left.
We have these equations. Right. So the determination of carbon stock, we use these calculations as well as these tree growth rates. And based on our calculations, Brown's allometric equations provided the highest amount of calculated CO2 sequestered, which is around 680 metric tons, followed by Kettering's, which is 492. But out of the 4 available equations, we will be adopting Kettering's because it is the most suited equation for areas located in the tropics, like the Philippines. So this is the result. So there's a total of 109 trees in the university under 22 major species. So average amount of CO2 sequestered per unit area is around 269 tons per hectare, or per year, 23.37 tons per year. So we also identified the species of each tree. So we sought the help of the local Environment and Natural Resources Department in our province to identify the species. So let's go to the conclusion recommendations. So the circumference and height measurements of 109 trees from 22 major species were determined and logged. The trees sequestered around 350.62 tons of carbon dioxide, which is around 23.37 tons per year and 269.23 tons per hectare. The CO2 sequestration in the university is slowing down, with another 111.28 metric tons expected to be sequestered in the next decade if no trees are planted. Compared to the calculated CO2 emissions of the university in per year, the total amount of CO2 sequestered is less than 1% of the CO2 emissions from direct and indirect sources. So this is a very shocking result. So we did a similar study calculating the GHG emissions of the university and compare it with the CO2 absorbed. So CO2 absorbed is just 1% of our total CO2 emissions. So there is a problem. So we need to increase the green spaces at the university and significantly reduce the CO2 emissions. So the campus may create programs that will protect the trees despite rapid development, because the trees may help offset the CO2 emissions of the campus. The findings also suggest that the focus on carbon emission reduction should be on cutting down the electricity consumption and using alternative sources of energy. Tree planting, particularly large endemic trees, and expanding green spaces within the campus and other larger campuses are highly encouraged to increase the carbon sequestration potential of the university. So another good result of the study is that we found out that endemic species absorb more carbon dioxide compared to other trees. Because in the Philippines, it's very common to plant mahogany. Actually, it's not an endemic tree. It's from India, but it has little amount of carbon sequestered compared to our endemic trees. So these are the references for this study. So that's it. So thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Now, let's move to the next presenter. I would like to welcome Dr. Padma Naban TV from Mahatma Gandhi University, India, to present his paper titled Effect of Soil Pollution on Plants and Soil Decontaminations. The floor is yours.
Yes, yes. Good evening to all. I myself is Dr. Padmanabhan from Kerala. So I am a retired professor in yoga and psychology and presently with the Mahatma Gandhi University, a government university of Kerala. So I am very much delighted to be here and to see all the delegates of the universities. So I see unity and diversity over here. For all along the years, we have been talking with how to make the whole world green. So my today's talk is something different. I am not focusing the same thing that we already repeated for years after years. So here, I would like to talk about a concept, and that is nothing but environmental consciousness. And actually, what is environmental consciousness? Environmental consciousness is an elevation of the normal consciousness so that we would be able to understand each and everything that is going on in the whole universe, especially particular to the environment, the sustainability, the environmental sustainability. And the other thing is we have to cultivate a certain type of behavior. And what is that behavior? And that behavior is nothing but that is pro-environmental behavior. Actually, that is, we are lacking all these things. The environmental consciousness as well as the pro-environmental behavior. We are talking about these things too much. Everywhere in every nook and corner of the world, we have been talking, everything is about it. But the consciousness that actually we have to cultivate, that is not actually coming out. So such a great platform will definitely help to understand what is the environmental consciousness and what is eco-friendly behavior or pro-environmental behavior. When we cultivate the pro-environmental behavior, the benefit is we understand the environment. And here I do talk, I am a psychologist basically. So I do talk about the physical environment, the natural environment, the natural resources, and how to sustain them. If we are unable to sustain them, the survival of the whole species in the world is very difficult. So the topic is soil pollution. So I don't want to talk about much about the soil pollution. We all know that the man-made soil pollutions are many. We are every day making knowingly and unknowingly to make our life, material life, so much pleasurable for happiness. We are knowingly and unknowingly damaging this great universe, this great environment that we are doing. And how would we be able to come know that? And how would we get rid of all these things, what we are knowingly doing and unknowingly doing? So this, yes, sir, please. So the purpose is to find out the effect of soil pollution, growth plants, etc. And this is one of the examples, use the burning of the plastics. Everywhere in the world it is going on. And what the remedial step we are taking. And remedial steps are very minimum, but the process is very much. That is what is going on here. So this great, I would say that this great platform, and this is global platform, I would rather call it as a rather global platform, would come forward and what we can do for this so that a new environmental behavior come to all of us. Next, sir. And this is what I have just discussed. Okay, sir, go through, please. Next. Yes. Now see, yes. And these are, and the presence of heavy metals creates irreparable damage to the biosphere in the following ways. Soil bioproductivity, acid-base properties of the soil and water. You know that when the acidity increases, even in the body acidity increases, the pH of the blood changes. And if it changes, if it is above 7, if it is below 7, that is, we will go to abode, not abroad. The survival is very difficult. The same way, the acidity of the oil increases, the plants will not grow. And if the plants will not grow, we will not grow, because the plants are the first sources of energy. You all know that by the process of photosynthesis, only the plants would be able to make the sugar for us. And if there are no plants, there is no sugar, there is no survival, there is no life at all. Yes. This is already discussed, sir. Yes, please. Oh, I have this, no? Sorry. And this is density of the soil and change of the pH I all discussed here. Why it is not moving? What happened, sir? This is not moving.
Are you using different space or?
Yeah, I don't know. No, the same thing is coming. Yes. And these are the man-made causes. Pesticides, DDT, industrial waste, household garbage. Yes. Okay. Then burning forest, deforestation. Okay. And solutions to decontamination of soil, planting trees, reduce, refuse, and recycle. These are all the process. And we have to see whether these processes are going on or not. And for that, we have to develop the environmental consciousness. or pro-environmental behavior. So dispose of household garbages, no use of pesticides, soil awareness, and pro-environmental behavior. And physical decontamination, there is a bioremediation. It is very costly. Actually, it is a process of washing the soil. For that, many processes are involved. And you know that this decontamination of the plants, there is the Indian system, Ayurveda, it is an Indian system of medicine. There is a special god for the herbal plants and in yogic method. Okay. And the students are engaged in each and every schools. The students should be engaged not on the particular global day. And every day should be devoted for this. And this is what the picture shows to you. And cultivating eco-friendly behavior by the process of yoga and ahimsa. Now in India, the trees are worshipped. The trees are highly worshipped, though it is spiritual, and there is a science of conservation and spirituality. There is a science of conservation and spirituality. Yes. Now this I have already discussed about the green plants, and the green plants we need it very much for our survival because we get sugar
3
from
minutes
this.
left.
Okay. And its study implications. This finding of the study would help us to keep the soil free from contamination, not only by applying the remedial measures, but also living in tune with the nature, because we are the part of the nature. If there is no nature, and our survival is not at all possible. So understanding the nature, cultivating the pro-environmental behavior and environmental consciousness are very much needed for not only the sustainable development, environmental sustainability, but our survival too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentations. Now we would like to move on to the next presenter. I would like to welcome Dr. Eng Utari Sriwijaya Minaka from Indo Global Mandiri University, Indonesia, to present his paper titled Characteristic of Shear Modulus and Damping Ratio in Potentially Liquefiable Sands. The floor is yours.
We can get what is the causes of that. And for our students, note, class note.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Utari Sriwijaya Minaka from Department of Civil Engineering of Universitas Indo Global Mandiri, Palembang. So today, I would like to present my research entitled Characteristic of Shear Modulus and Damping Ratio in Potentially Liquefiable Sands. So the talk is mainly about this outline. So I will tell you how the liquefaction can be happen after the earthquake and how to analyze what happened in the soil during that liquefaction occurred. So in this experiment, we will use cyclic traxial test to get the dynamic parameter of the soils, and I will show you the experimental result. So actually, the liquefaction is one of natural disaster that caused by the earthquake. So on May 2006 in Yogyakarta province in Indonesia, an earthquake was occurred with the magnitude 6.3. This earthquake actually gave an impact to the runway of Yogyakarta Airport and the several area in Bantul Regency that you can see in this picture, that there is a lateral spreading in the edge of the road, the state road, and the sand boiling occurred in the runway of the airport. So this damage actually will disturb all the activity in this area. So what is the dynamic parameter of the soil relationship with that? Actually, there are two dynamic parameters of the soil, which is shear modulus and damping ratio, which actually the efficient and important parameters in estimation of seismic response of a site. What does that mean? It's actually showed that this parameter showed that the soil stiffness. So during liquefaction, what happened inside soil is actually the soil has no strength, zero strength, and it behaves like fluid. So that's why how to know what happened inside the soil. So we use these two parameters to check out. And based on Ishihara on 1996 that we can obtain these two dynamic parameters using the hysteresis loop that we got from the element test. We can do any element test, but in this research, we did a cyclic triaxial test. What happened inside the soil during the test? So we tried to monitor the shear stress that applied in the soil and then got the shear strain and find the relationships between that two. So we can get the hysteresis because the earthquake is actually cyclic loading. So it happened like a wave. There is a two wave, negative and positive. So we try to get the shear strain maximum and shear stress maximum, what happened. And with using these two equations, we try to get the two parameter, which is D, shear modulus, and G, shear modulus, and damping ratio. So we did an experiment using cyclic triaxial test based on American standard of testing. So mainly the apparatus is the one that you see in the screen. So there are the loading part in the right side of the picture, and the other one is the air apparatus. What is that? So actually we want to model what happened during the earthquake. Earthquake happened only in a few seconds. There's no earthquake happen for 1 hour, right? So it's just a few seconds that we need to know what happened. We need to know how the wave acting on the soil. So we try to model that. In civil engineering, we know that during the earthquake, there is, we call it that no flow. It means that during the earthquake hit, so there is no flow of the water inside the soil. So we try to remove all the air inside the soil and then replace it with the water, and the liquefaction actually occur only for the very low groundwater level. It means that the water table is high. Water table it near the ground table. So we give a load that represents the earthquake, and then put the sample, the element test inside the chamber, and then try to model what happened during the earthquake. So we have pore pressure transducer to get the data of pore pressure during the earthquake, and then the cell pressure to know the shear strain and shear stress that we applied. This is the model of the soil. So actually, this is, I forgot to put the diameter. It's 20 centimeter with the diameter 10 centimeter. So this one is a Karsuli sand. It's the sand that obtained from the nearest airport. So we tried to model the real condition, and the method to make the sample is using tamping method. So we try to make a 5-layer at this sample to get the relative density 50%. What does it mean? It means that the density, so it loose or dense. So we try to also model the reality. It's around 50%. And then in the left graph, you can see there is a graph about the grain size distribution of the soil itself. What does the red line mean? It's boundaries for potentially liquefiable soil. So researcher already found out that there is not a symptom, but there is a boundaries for the soil, for the size distribution of the soil part that show if the soil is near the most liquefiable soil boundaries, it means that it's prone to liquefaction. If earthquake hit that soil, it's prone to the liquefaction. So this Karsuli sand is actually really vulnerable to liquefy. You can see in the center. Okay, what is the experimental procedure? So as I previously mentioned, that we need to model what is the reality. So we try to give the confining pressure. It means that 10 meter below the ground level, that around 100 kilopascal confining pressure, and then we give 10 and 20 cycle loading applied to model the earthquake wave with frequency 1 hertz. And in this research, the variation is degree of saturation of the soil. So it means that some of the soil is partially saturated, still have the air inside the pores.
3 minutes left.
Okay, and then the fully saturated. So the sample preparation I already mentioned, and then it covered with the membrane, and we give the pressure in the chamber and do the loading test. This is the result. I will only show the 20 cycles for 75% degree of saturation and 20 cycles for 50% degree of saturation. So there are the relationship between the shear strain, maximum and minimum, and with the shear stress that apply for 20 cycles. And then this is the result after we analyzed the data and got the shear modulus and damping ratio. So I actually compare it with the previously research that in the 100 degree of saturation, what happened? Actually, in this research, it showed that it tends to be increase the shear modulus when the soil give more cycles. But in the damping ratio, it tends to reduce. So it's opposite behavior. And then the black line, it showed the fully saturated sample from the previous research. So it showed a little, not a little, it showed a different behavior. I will explain about this later. So this is the summary of this research, that we conducted cyclic triaxial test to model the earthquake, and then we analyzed the dynamic parameters using under different degree of saturation. And then we found out that shear modulus value increased as degree of saturation of the soil increased as well. And the damping ratio reduced at the saturation after reach initial liquefaction. But did not show a significant difference, I showed to you. So I admitted that in our test, actually, when we state that it 100% degree of saturation, but I think there is a slightly pores inside the soil that contains air. So it means that it's not fully saturated. That is why it behaves like the partially saturated sands. What does it all summary means? It means that the soil stiffness is actually reduced when the earthquake happened, and then the liquefaction turned the soil into a liquid. That's why the lateral spreading is occurred, and then the sand ejected from the ground. So from this data, we know if we can do the experiment for every point in the area, we can make the map that showed, oh, that soil is like really stiff, so it's safer, but the less stiff soil might prone to the liquefaction. That's it for today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Nairit Sarkar from Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Kolkata, India, to present his paper titled Agricultural Trends of Major States in the Indo-Gangetic Plain. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nairit Sarkar from ISERS, Kolkata, and today I'll talk about the agricultural trends in the Indo-Gangetic Plain. by 2050, India will outstrip China as the most populous country in the world. Apart from this rising population, the climate change is also stressing the agricultural system of mainly the developing countries because of the lack of financial support and the lack of financial support to mitigate the negative effects and dependency on the agriculture, the developing countries will get more affected. Under such circumstances, there are mainly two ways to cope up with these stresses. One is expansion, and the second one is intensification of existing agriculture lands. So in our study, the main objectives was to analyze the production and yield of 4 major staple crops in India, and then identify the climatic and anthropogenic factors affecting this agricultural growth or the declination, and then to analyze all the land use change patterns related to agriculture, and after that correlating the climatic and anthropogenic factors with the yield to check which one is the most dominant force. So we conducted a study in 7 major states of the Indo-Gangetic basin for nearly 226 districts, and it collected our data from ISERS. So we use statistical hand candle test to detect any significant trend in the time series. To apply the hand candle test, we have to first analyze the time series data. The Goodwin-Watson statistics. In case of significant autocorrelation, we have to modify the hand candle test. After we found significant trends using the MK test, we then quantified the trend using Thielsen estimator. At last, we use Spearman's rule analysis to correlate to different variables. Here is our result. As you can see, the production has increased. Red means increase, blue is decrease, and green portion means no significant trend. So the production has increased in most of the districts. The yield has also increased drastically. So production and yield has increased. The irrigated area has increased in nearly 50% of the districts. The cropped area remained more or less the same. The fertilizer consumption has increased by nearly 80% of the districts in the Indo-Gangetic basin. And here is an interesting result. The barren land has decreased in 70% of the districts, and the land converted to agriculture has increased in 70% of districts. In the climatic parameters section, the annual rainfall remained more or less the same, but it slightly decreased in some of the states. The minimum temperature
Excuse me, 3 minutes left.
Minimum temperature has increased in most of the districts. So when we correlate the anthropogenic factors with the yield, we found that the fertilizer consumption and the yield has a greater positive correlation, and also with the irrigation and yield. But in contrast, the climatic parameters doesn't have that much correlation with the yield. So we can conclude that the increase in production is mainly from the yield, not from the expansion of the land. And this increase in yield is mainly due to increase in application of anthropogenic factors like fertilizer and irrigation rather than changes in the climate. So these are my references. I acknowledge them all and thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now let's move to the next presenter. I would like to welcome Dr. Habil Monica Dragomirescu from Banat University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine, Timisoara, Romania, to present her poster titled The Evolutions of the Cultivated Areas and of the Fruit Growing Sector Production in Romania in the context of climate change of recent years. The floor is yours.
Yes, it's okay. Please make it smaller if it's possible. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for my misunderstanding because I prepared, not I, my younger colleagues prepared two posters. I understood that will be a poster session, but it's okay. I can say some words about each of them. The first one is about the effect of linseed and dry leaf yeast diet supplementation on nutrients digestibility and rabbits' growth performance. The aim of this study was to investigate the effect of linseed and yeast supplemented in rabbit diets. In this order, two groups of rabbit, one control groups and another experimental group of rabbit were used in the experiment. The linseed flour it choose because is an organic supplement due to its high content of omega-3 and omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids, as well as its high fiber content for improving the quality of microorganisms and maintaining the digestive health. The yeast, through its increased intake of proteins and vitamin B, stimulates feed efficiency and increases farm productivity. Different analyses were done and indicators were measured. It can be seen that, okay, a little bit if it's possible, please. No, okay. Okay, the analysis were done the indicator calculated were weight gain, average daily gain, feed conversion rate, daily feed intake, and digestibility coefficients of organic nutrients for each group. It can be seen in this graph that the conversion rate, the feed conversion rate, and the daily feed intake and digestibility coefficient were improved in control group, in experimental group compared with the control group. Moreover, the digestibility of the organic nutrients in supplemented diet has been improved over the nutrients from the basic diet. The rabbit feed supplemented consisting of organic linseed flour and dry leaf yeast can be used in rabbit feed to positively influence the absorption and utilization of organic nutrients. Thank you very much. This was one of them. And the second one is about the areas cultivated with fruit tree. The title of the presentation is the evaluation of the cultivated areas and of the fruit growing sector productions in Romania in the context of climate change of recent years. The study was done by my colleagues from silviculture. Please a little bit if you can write, okay. The global warming and pollution in all its forms has become increasingly alarming all over the world, including in Romania, and affects many sectors, especially the agricultural sector, including the fruit growing sector. Based on official data, my colleagues evaluate them, and after a statistic study concluded them that there are some trees like tea trees, unfortunately it's not very easy to read, the cherry trees, the apricot trees, and the peach trees. Okay, thank you very much. It can be seen that the surfaces cultivated with these trees decrease dramatically, but not because of the economic and social situation, especially because of the climate change that make this cultivation to be on the surfaces smaller and smaller every year. I think it's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to welcome Insinyur Simon Yudhistira Sanjaya MM from Simon Sanjaya Foundation, Indonesia, to present his paper titled Pot Composters as a Solution to Reduce Organic Waste and Prevent Global Warming. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity for me to give presentation about composter pot, my invention.
Please. But you became barrier the light. Yes. Oh.
Background. As we know that every day each of us produce 1.5 liter of rubbish, which 60% are organic waste. Most of the rubbish thrown out by Indonesian people into the open dumping land, which produce gas methane. The methane gas increase every year, also carbon dioxide. These gases, carbon dioxide and methane gas, affect the global warming. The problem of invention is difficulty in implementation. So I put composter pot in octahelic collaboration to implement to solve the problem of organic waste. Sorry. Number one is scientists and expert. Where I stand now, there are 3 functions of composter pot. First is house decoration and anti-depressant. Second is composting. 3 is planting. You can see the sample of composter pots there, beside of antivirus air purifier. Why it can be antidepressant? Because Research show Mycobacterium that human ingest or inhale while spend time in nature and gardening will stimulate the brain path which responsible for producing serotonin. That's why we feel more refreshed when we are in a place that has a lot of plants. Composter pot imitate nature ecosystem where the decomposed organic waste were immediately absorbed by the plant as nutrient. This makes the process doesn't give a bad smell. Usually when we make compost using compost bag, always emit bad smell and a lot of maggot. This is very technically. There are billions of microorganisms in composting process, and they work 24 hours per day, 7 days a week, without payment, salary. So why don't we use the microorganism to overcome our organic waste? This is the sample of bacteria. Actinomycetes, fungi, macroorganism. There are insects like meat, centipede, worm, snail, beetle, and earthworm, cockroach, and house lizard. How much a plant on the pot composter absorb the carbon dioxide? Based on the Bureau Veritas scientific method, the carbon dioxide absorbed by 1 ton tree is 25 kilograms per year. So for pot composter, the tree about 5 kilogram, because this is small tree like chili, lemon, herbal, flower. So it can absorb 125 grams of carbon dioxide. Indonesian population is 270 million, so it needs 90 million composter pot. 90 million composter pot can absorb approximately 11,250 tons of carbon dioxide per year. If the carbon price about $5 to $10 US dollar, we will get 250 US dollar until 112,500 US dollar. In rupiah is about approximately 1 miliar per tahun. Type of plant for composter, small plant like chili, avocado, lemon, flower, herbal, tomato, and other small tree. The stakeholder number 2 is businessmen. Food industry, restaurant, cafe, tourist culinary destinations, supermarket, mini market, etc. could provide composter pot to treat vegetable and fruit waste. Residential developer could provide a composter pot for every house that has been sold. The number 3 stakeholder is communities. There are many communities: business, sport, hobby, environment, professional, expatriate, religion, music, etc. Mass organization like PBNU, Muhammadiyah, Persis, PGI, KWI, Kewalubi, etc. Political parties, PDIP, Golkar, etc. Association, business, environment, etc. could help by increasing awareness and distributing the composter pot method. And then government. This is the key role to implementation of composter pot.
Excuse me, 3 minutes left.
Okay. The government could make a rule that every building must have a composter pot. The government could make a rule that everyone who is getting married must have a composter pot. The government could issue Octa coin to fund 50% of the cost of 90 million unit composter pot. Procurement program. Octa coin is cryptocurrency for better wealth and sustainable development goals. Coincidentally, my son is working for a cryptocurrency company. Media is the number 5 stakeholder, the media like radio, TV, newspaper, digital news, media social could be used to increase awareness of the benefit of compost pot. The media could promote residential developer that provide compost pot. And the number 6 stakeholder is public figure like celebrity, YouTuber, Telegram, TikToker, religion leader could set an example to the community by owning and using composter pot. Public figure could encourage the society to have a composter pot. And international institutions like this, like committee of this event. International institutions like United Nations, FAO, G20, G7, ASEAN, UNESCO, UNICEF, WWF, etc. could help to provide 10% of the cost of the 90 million composter pot procurement program. International institutions could also provide education about composter pot, like this event. And the number 8 stakeholder is philanthropists. Philanthropists like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos could help to provide 10% of the cost of the 90 million composter pot procurement program. Philanthropists could also provide education about composter pot. That's all. If any question you want to know, I left my brochure about antivirus air purifier and rainwater processing unit. There is my contact. You can call me. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Elvaini James from University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia, to present her paper titled The Quartz Ridge in Lodging Northern Malaysia, Petrography and Physical Features. The floor is yours.
A very good evening, everyone. Today I would like to present about the quartz ridge in lodging northern Malaysia for petrography and also for physical features. Next slide, please. For the table of contents, my presentation will include introductions, geological setting, quartz ridge for the petrography and physical features, and also for the conservation. Next slide. As for the introductions, the quartz ridge is actually located at the Tok Nenek Mountains, which is in central Titiwangsa Range in Lodging Highland, Kelantan, Malaysia. And for previously, this Tok Nenek Mountain is called Table and Chain Mountain because of the shape of the top of the mountain. And Tok Nenek means that Tok is representing the grandparents. So that's why currently they're calling the mountain as a Tok Nenek. And the elevation for the mountain is around 1,916 meters. And the quartz ridge can only be observed at the top of the mountain. Next slide. Previous slide. There's a Aboriginal people, which is the Temia people, was the earlier settlement in the Lodging Highlands, and the head of the Temia, which is an Asli family, is called Ajing. So the Lodging Highland was called and was named after the Ajing. And up to now, the quartz ridge is still used by these Aboriginal peoples to bury their respected leader. And you can find some of their remains on top of it. So only selected peoples were buried on top. Previously, the Malaysians have difficulties to access these mountains because the Aboriginal people doesn't allow any of the Malaysians to hike into the mountains because it's very dangerous. And so this is the picture of the top, which you can see the top and the flat surface. So that's why previously it's called as the chair. And also the lowest one, which is the flat surface, is like a table. So since they don't really know about what's the mountain or what the peak called, so they call it as a mountain, chair and table mountain. Next slide. So this is another pictures of the top of the mountain. You can see only the white colors is the quartz ridge that you can only observe in that particular area, while the rest of the area is totally covered by different types of rock. Next. So when you go along to hike on top, so you can see some of these features, which is undisturbed mostly by mossy garden or mossy forest, we call it. Next. So this is from another view of the ridge. So you're going to hike up to the top. The white colors is actually the quartz ridge. So for the geological setting, so the main range is actually composed of granite with scattered outside of lower Paleozoic schist. So this schist mainly from Ordovician to Silurian, which is from 420 million years to 480 million years ago, which is kind of very old. So the granite protein have been classified as undifferentiated granite, as megacrystic, porphyritic, biotite granite. Next. So they have also another rock, which is the metamorphic rocks. For example, schist, phyllite, and slate. And we have also minor limestone, sandstone, and volcanic rock in that area. And for the time being, the occurrences of this quartz ridge is still not yet mapped in the regional and also local scale. So we only found out about these rocks when we talked to the local people. Next. So almost 95% of the study area actually consists of biotite, granite, porphyry. And only the top that we observe is the quartz ridge. And the quartz ridge have roughly 50-meter width and 200-meter long. And from the top also you can observe some of the quartz crystal. So this is the studies area that we hike. Okay, the one that on the red line. So this is some of the geological map that you can see that yellows and a bit pinkish. So that's the quartz ridge that we observe. Next. So this is another elevation of that area from aerial photo. Next. So this is another picture of another type of rock, which is granite porphyry. So we observe about there's a mineral of hornblende that is obvious in this particular rock type. So for the quartz ridge, the rock is milky white in color. So the fracture is very common. You can see a lot of fracture, and also there's a micro quartz vein in the rock. Besides that, you can also observe some quartz crystals in the hollows of the rock. Next. For the crystal, the colors is only milky white and also clear in color, glassy, hexagonal. And also for the width of the crystal quartz, roughly 0.1 cm to 0.3 cm. So this is another example of the pictures that close up. You can see from your left the white color of the rock quartz ridge, the mineral quartz observed there, and that on top of the top view of the mountain. Next.
Excuse me, 3 minutes left.
Okay, for conservation, currently the area is actually protected under the reserve forest by the government. However, the area is prone for geohazard due to the heavily fracture of the rock, which can lead to rock falls that we observe along the trail. As for geomorphology, it is actually high elevation and also very steep surface gradient that can lead to a mass movement of the rocks that we saw based on the rainfall and so on. As for the weathering, is more humid, especially during the daytime and also cold nighttime. So this also, since that area is exposed, not really covered, especially the Potts Ridge. So weathering, mass movement is kind of very common. Next. So the government is actually keen to on conserving the area for the sustainable approach, and because of the what is that? The phase the currently Malaysian the we are moving into a phase where government is promoting for the tourisms to be a lot others tourism to hike into the mountains. So more tourism are coming for the camping and also hiking in that area. So for the geoheritage, the uniqueness is because there's a occurrence of this potteridge besides the one that we can see in Gombak, Selangor, and the shape of the table and chair of the potteridge. I think that's all for today. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you for your presentation. And now let's move to the next presenter. I would like to welcome Mr. Rosdinal Salim from IPMI Business School, Indonesia, to present his paper titled Building a Sustainable Energy in Biomass to be in the session track, Renewable Energy to Mitigate Climate Change. The floor is yours.
Apa? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? I hope you still have a strong energy. And allow me to explain something, but I'm not using this because I'm in Indonesia, we call it gaptek. I'm very gaptek, very poor technology. Ladies and gentlemen, my topic here is actually my thesis. Is building a sustainable energy in biomass. A case in Madobak village. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know where is Mentawai Island in Indonesia? There you go. So if you know, do you know where's Madobak village? She's Indonesian, but she doesn't know where's Madobak village. That's not her fault, because Mentawai is actually a bit a remote island in Indonesia, located in the West Sumatra. You need around at least 5 hours, Bu, ya, to take a boat from Padang to Mentawai. That's the fastest. To be honest, the infrastructure of Mentawai Island is very poor. But for the American, Mentawai is very famed for surfing. It has the best waves in the world. So it's ironic. A lot of foreigners are visiting Mentawai Island. The reality of the infrastructure of Mentawai is very poor. Very, very poor. Now, I don't go deep on the tourism, but I go more to the electricity. Mentawai, especially in my case, there is a village named Madobak. Madobak village, to reach Madobak village from the capital city of Mentawai, you need to take a boat 7 hours. You have to walk 3 hours. So 10 hours from the capital city to reach Madobak village. The population of Madobak is not big. It's only 3,000 people. But they are living based on, unquote, primitive. Some of the people, they do not understand what is money. So they do transaction based on, I need rice, I give you pork or pig. I need meat, I give you vegetable, something like that. But in Madobak village, there is only one elementary school, 0 health facilities, and one basically market for the people. So what is the electricity over there? Amazingly, they use diesel. So I make a survey by 2019. There's one company who got a grant from United States, and they are constructing the renewable energy based on biomass. Mentawai is very famous on the bamboo. Bamboo in Mentawai is fast and big. So the waste of bamboo is very, very good to be the raw material for biomass. So the company is set up the power plant, very small. They have 3 villages, and in Madobak, they already install around 400 or 500 kilowatt, very small. And the raw material is biomass, and the biomass they planted in the forest actually belong to the people. So the people, we give them a feet of bamboo, so they will plant it, and when it grow, yes, it takes around 3 years, from 0 to harvest the bamboo, and after 3 years, the bamboo, the people can use it for their personal purposes, having a house, or for cooking, or for something like that. And the waste of the bamboo will be buy and become the raw material for the power plant. Now, the amount or the price of the electricity of that bamboo is only 6 cents. Unfortunately, PLN, our state electricity company, do not want to go over there for 2 reasons. Number one, they do not have the transmission, no infrastructure. And number 2, the size is very small. It's only less than 1 megawatt. So the PLN said, I'm not interested. Then we go, or what do you call it, off-grid basis. But what is the bad side of using biomass itself? The sustainability of supply become a problem. Why? Because people in Mentawai, they have no education at all. So for them is, I'm hungry, I just cut it, I exchange it. So they don't care about the waste and everything. So at the end of the day, the power plant itself has a difficulty to find the material, raw material itself. So the intervention of government is very important, and basically the company is taking over this community-owned power plant. So now it become the private sector power plant, which actually has to be run step by step. So ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, what I'm going to tell you is, Indonesia, currently in Indonesia, we have around 61 or 62 gigawatt of electricity, 61,000 megawatt, 61 gigawatt. And from 61, 50% using coal and 20% using gas, 15% using diesel. So you can see the renewable energy is less than 20%. The ironically is Indonesia is I think in Southeast Asia is the only country who is passing by the equator. Yeah?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
3 minutes left.
All right. So what my point is, we are enriched. We are very rich. No, enriched. We are very rich on raw material, sun, hydro, wind, and so on. But still, we are focusing on coal. So with this basically meeting or conference, I urge the participant to speak up to the Indonesian government to say, please stop using coal and diesel or do not use fossil anymore. Because we have raw and we have rich raw material from renewable energy. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your presentation. Now let's move to the next presenter. I would like to welcome Dr. Kanchanegi from Himgiri University, India, to present her paper titled Increasing Rhetorical Sensitivity Through Cross-Cultural Communication for Advancing Mitigation and Adaptation Action for Climate Change. The floor is yours.
It's like they
We'll ask the question.
The pointer is not working.
Your points are your power.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I take off this mic from you? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Yes, I'm sure that you all might be tired because I could see somebody, like some of you sitting outside.
Good evening.
So let us quickly do this filler just for a minute, madam. When I say clap twice, please clap 2 times, everybody. When I say flap twice, we all have seen birds soaring high. So it's like 1 and 2. Is that okay? Okay, clap twice. You people are like dead. No, come on, bring that life. Clap twice. Loudly, clap twice. Can we make it faster? Clap twice. Clap twice. Clap twice. Now, who is clapping? I said flap twice. So you got to be patient listeners as well. Okay, let's do it again. Clap twice. Clap twice. Flap twice. Flap twice. So, sir, we need to flap. All right. Can we a huge round of applause for all of you? Thank you so much. So now I can realize that all of you are back to life. Okay. So the topic for my next presentation is increasing rhetorical sensitivity through cross-cultural communication for advancing mitigation and adaptation actions for climate change. People, if we talk about environment, we're talking about climate, then why not about global warming? Yes? Glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising, cloud forests are dying, and wildlife is scrambling to keep pace. It has become clear that humans have caused most of the past century's warming by releasing heat-trapping gases as we power our modern lives. Called greenhouse gases, their levels are higher now than at any time in the last 800,000 years. People, we often call the result global warming, but it is causing a set of changes to the Earth's climate or long-term weather patterns that varies from place to place. while many people think of global warming and climate change as synonyms. Scientists use climate change when describing the complex shifts now affecting our planet's weather and climate systems, in part because some areas actually get cooler in short term, thus affecting the climate and climate change. Let us, in the next slide, let us understand the climate and the climate change. People, we all know that climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. And these shifts may be natural, such as through variations in the solar cycle. And humans and wild animals face new challenges for survival because of climate change. In the sphere of developing our own selves, can we humans be so selfish that we are not thinking about the nature, we are not thinking about the animals? More frequent and intense drought, storm, heat waves, rising sea levels, melting glaciers, and warming oceans can directly harm animals and destroy the places they live and wreak havoc on people's livelihood and communities. Next slide. Climate change is indeed one of the most complex issues today, people. It involves many dimensions: science, economics, society, politics, and moral and ethical questions, and is a global problem felt on local scales that will be around for decades and centuries to come. Thus, this is very essential for all of us to overcome this issue ASAP. Carbon dioxide, the heat-trapping greenhouse gas that has driven recent global warming, lingers in the atmosphere for hundreds of years, and the planet, especially the oceans, takes a while to respond to warming. So even if we stopped emitting all greenhouse gases today, global warming and climate change will continue to affect future generations. In this way, people, humanity is committed to some level of climate change. Next slide, please. Lehtinen describes climate change as a super wicked problem with implications and solutions which need to be reflected both locally and globally. And I'm sure because we all are here today, we will certainly try to play our bit well. The next slide shows the habitat destruction. Please, people, may I have your kind attention? The habitat destruction. Climate change refers to a long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. The next slide shows how much worse will the problem get. The next slide, please. If countries do not act from 4.1, it will shift to 4.8 degrees Celsius. Yes. The next slide shows about the annual greenhouse gas emission by sector. We all are, talking about India, we are a developing nation. But of course, the developed nations as well, the industrial process is 16.8%, gases, the power stations, 21.3%, the waste disposal and treatment, 3.4%, 10.0% land use and biomass burning. So we can see the chart there on the screen. The rapid rise in greenhouse gases is a major problem, people. Since the Industrial Revolution, the global annual temperature has increased in total by a little more than 1 degree Celsius or about 2 degrees Fahrenheit. Between 1880, the year that accurate record keeping began in 1980, it rose on average by 0.07 degrees. The next slide shows the meaning of rhetorical sensitivity, which I have been discussing about in my previous session as well. That essentially, people, rhetorical sensitivity is a set of attitudes that leads to thoughtful consideration of how a message should be phrased and framed for best audience understanding and effect. Beyond flexibility, the way others perceive a source adaptability is also related to the appropriateness of communicative behavior, evaluated both by the source and others. The next slide talks about the role of rhetorical sensitivity. People write monitoring and valuation system for energy for sustainable development should be generated and synchronized to allow vibrant tracking of national and subnational progress over time. A mechanism for regular global dialogue needs to be created. The next slide shows the 10 simple things you can help to do to protect the earth. People, please follow the 3 R's. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. The 3 R's are essential. Volunteer for cleanups in our community. Why can't we take the broom, start cleaning our surroundings? Why can't we just take that initiative? Why do we all need to feel shy about it? Why? Please educate. When you further your own education, you can help others understand. Conserve water. Choose sustainable, shop wisely, people, shop wisely. Use long-lasting light bulbs, plant a tree, and don't send chemicals into your waterways, and bike more and drive less. I think a short video would add on to my presentation, and I would like all of you to pay attention to this small video.
The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now is 50% higher than it was in 1900. And not only are we piling in more and more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but we are chopping down the forests of the earth at a great rate. And the forests themselves are the most efficient consumers of carbon dioxide that there are on Earth. We're going to destroy the ground because the soil of a rainforest isn't very good. We are actually tampering with the climate of the Earth and with the very atmosphere that we breathe. When we talk about the disappearance of the ozone layer, we don't know what will happen when the ozone layer goes. The world has become so fragile that we cannot subject the Earth to the tortures we can now inflict upon it. When we talk about the greenhouse effect, we're talking about something that affects the entire Earth. And these problems are life and death problems. They go to the root of the viability of the planet itself. If there's one thing that is biologically certain about the human species is that it is a human species, one species.
If we don't stop the destruction of our natural world, nothing else will matter. Simply put, if we don't protect nature, we can't protect ourselves.
The only way we can solve a problem is by a human solution. Never can we sit back and wait for miracles to save us. Miracles don't happen. Sweat happens. Efforts happens. Thought happens.
I think we can end the video. Thank you so much. And before ending this presentation, I would just like to say a few words. A paradigm shift is a change in common sense, but how do we go about rearranging common sense, especially with years of research and journalism, making the conversation long? Well, sense isn't something to try and enforce. It should be kind of endorsed by a reliable source. And in the case of climate change, a good place to start would be science, of course. The first way to go green is to build up a vision. Through your lifestyle choices, you can lead the mission. Bring the future to your present when it seems a bit distant. Trust me, people, the cleanest existence is green and efficient. And on this note, thank you so much. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to a beautiful country, my nation, India. So whenever you have time, and I would request the organizers of this particular forum that you may organize such kind of conferences there in India as well, and give us the chance of hospitality. So thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Uttarakhand. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now let's move to the next presenter or presentations. I would like to welcome Gil J. Kras Jr. from Bataan Peninsula State University, Philippines, to present his paper titled Design and Simulation of Permeable Reactive Concrete Using Stormwater Management Models, a Low-Impact Development Approach. The floor is yours.
Good day, everyone. I'm Engineer Hill Cruz, and allow me to present my research paper entitled Design and Simulation of Permeable Reactive Concrete Using Stormwater Management Model, or SWIM, a Low-Impact Development Approach. Next slide, please. What is the problem that this research is trying to address? Urbanization. Urbanization is a global phenomenon linked with the growing population and the gradual shift in residence of people from rural to urban areas. It is widely evident in developing countries like the Philippines. In fact, Philippines is one of the fastest urbanizing countries in East Asia region, and the result of the widespread urbanization are city-scale developments, thus increasing impervious cover. Examples of impervious covers include roofs, roads, and sidewalks. Next slide, please. Urbanization also alters the natural hydrologic cycle. In this slide, you can see a comparison between pervious surface versus impervious surfaces. Next slide, please. Next. Next. So in the case of Balanga City, Bataan, based on the Balanga City Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office, the city is considered moderate to high flood susceptible in terms of flooding. Next. Here, you can see an actual photo of the city being flooded based on an actual storm event. Next slide, please. So this research is trying to promote low-impact development, or LID. LID integrates the main aspects of urban water management to treat all sources of water in a catchment as a resource. It imitates the natural hydrology of an area by using a micro-scale control measures, and it allows the reduction of runoff volume, improvement of infiltration, and reduction of pollutant loads, and a feat that traditional systems cannot accomplish. Next slide, please. In fact, low-impact development, or LID, is being practiced around the world, including Canada, UK, Germany, China, South Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, but not so much in Southeast Asian countries. Next slide, please. LID aims to slow the flow of the storm water, to spread it, and to soak it and treat the storm water. It can be a curb and gutters, detention basin, wetlands, permeable pavement, bioswales, and filter strips. Next slide, please. One of the most impactful LID control is the permeable pavement. It enhances stormwater infiltration through a core subbase into the soil. Next slide, please. This research aims to, number one, investigate the current watershed dynamics of Balanga City, Bataan, and perform stormwater management simulation using stormwater management model. Second, to evaluate the effect of varying percent perviousness on runoff characteristics of selected subcatchment area. And finally, to analyze the impact of permeable reactive concrete in varying rainfall intensity on runoff characteristics on the selected subcatchment area. Next slide, please. So to give you an overview of the framework of this study, basically this research is trying to address rapid urbanization and conversion of natural lands, which disrupts the natural hydrologic cycle, which later on decreases the infiltration, increase the runoff or urban flooding, and decreases evapotranspiration. There are two current strategies to address these problems. So one is the conventional approach, or the hard engineering approach, and this research, the low impact development approach, or the soft engineering. Next slide, please. Basically, in terms of methodology, this research paper involved site selection, data collection, simulation using stormwater management model, and varying scenarios, simulation in swim, including percent imperviousness, LID control application, and different rainfall intensity. Next slide, please. So some of the key results of this study are the delineated watershed and subcatchment map using QGIS, including slope map, elevation map, flow direction map, flow accumulation, site development, and subcatchment, in order for us to study and investigate the hydrological condition of the site being investigated. Next slide, please. So this study utilized the software PCSWIM. It is an advanced modeling software for EPA SWIM 5 stormwater, wastewater, and watershed systems. This software can evaluate the effectiveness of LID, green infrastructure, and other best management practices for reducing wet weather pollutant loadings. Next slide, please. This is the design parameters used in designing permeable pavement systems used in the PCSWIM simulation, including parameters such as thickness, void ratio, permeability, seepage rate, porosity, conductivity, surface roughness, and surface slope. Next slide, please. In this research paper and simulation, 10 events were gathered from Pag-asa rain gauges. An inverse distance weighting method, or IDW, was used to generate precipitation data sets on the site study area. From the figure, events 8, 9, and 10 recorded the highest values for rainfall intensity with 76, 367, and 86 millimeter per hour respectively. Next slide, please. Here, you can see the summary of the 10 storm events from 2013 to 2019 and the results of the simulation using PCSWIM by using varying percent of perviousness. Some of the results of the simulation includes parameters under infiltration and total runoff. Next slide, please. So here you can see the results on the integration of permeable pavement in the site study area, in that sense that it will increase the infiltration capacity of the surface area during a rainfall event. On the figure on the right, interestingly, because of this extreme rainfall that happened in event 9, the catchment area will still experience runoff since the storage capacity of the area has already reached its maximum carrying capacity. Next slide, please. And to further analyze the effect of the increasing perviousness of the surface using permeable pavement, this figure shows the second-degree polynomial curve fitting on the total runoff per accumulated rainfall for the 10 simulated storm events. The adjusted R-square was 0.89 with a 95% confidence band and 95% prediction band. Event 1,
3 minutes left.
Event 1 was found outside the prediction band for the 0 to 50% perviousness. And in general, the graph clearly shows that the simulated increase in perviousness has a significant impact on the total runoff per accumulated rainfall event. Next slide, please. To emphasize the difference in the results of simulation in storm 9 and 10, using baseline scenario of 10% imperviousness versus 50% imperviousness, a comparison graph was generated. Results revealed that by just incorporating permeable pavement for 50% of the site, the infiltration capacity will significantly increase. Next slide, please. In summary, in this study, a subcatchment scale SWIM model capable of computing realistic runoff volumes was developed for a study catchment in Plaza de Mayor de Ciudad Balanga in Bataan. The model was calibrated based on the computed rainfall data during the 10 storm events from 2013 to 2019 from nearby grain gauges using IDW method. Permeable pavement as an LID control significantly increases the infiltration capacity of the surface and decreases the total runoff, and the infiltration capacity of the pavement layer is highly influenced by the available rainwater, permeability of the pavement layer, void space, and the simulation time step. Next slide, please. Finally, while permeable pavement as an LID control shows significant results in managing quantity, it is suggested to conduct further studies on its efficiency in terms of managing the water quality. Other potential LID control or a combination of LID to determine its effect on runoff characteristics must be explored, and for future research, Studies involving optimization of construction, operational, and maintenance costs may also be explored. Next slide, please. So that's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you for your presentation. Now let's move on to the last presenter. I would like to welcome Fauzia Aprian from Indo Global Mandiri University, Indonesia, to present her paper titled Achieving Welfare Through Improvement Human, Social, and People. The floor is yours.
Is it last presentation?
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Fauzia from Economic Faculty from Indo Global Mandiri University. Asserting welfare, asserting social and financial capital. Next slide, please. The welfare problem and its improvement is desire of every household, not only for today, but also for future. So, the desire will be realized if every household can maximize its capital asset in the form of human, social, financial, physical, and natural capital. Next slide, please. Chambers and Conway said that sustainable livelihood refers to the maintenance and improvement of resources productivity in the long term by having the ability of skill, the assistance of asset, and the maintenance of activity. Next slide, please. This is the capital asset. Yeah. Social capital, human capital, financial capital, and physical capital. Also natural capital. Capital asset, human capital, social capital, and financial capital are endogenous factor, controlled by individual, but natural capital and physical capital are exogenous factor beyond individual control. Optimized through government policies or program. Our research focusing in shaping community welfare through human capital, social capital, and natural capital. Next slide, please. This is the framework of sustainable livelihood source from Department of International Development of United Kingdom. Let's see what human capital is. Next slide. Linden said that human capital is one of the assets of sustainable livelihoods, forming up education, health, and migration. Next slide. Human capital form of education, nutrition, skill, capacity to adapt, capacity to work, knowledge, and health. Let's see what happened with social capital. Coleman said that social capital is the ability of the community to work together to achieve common goals in a group and organization. Social capital is an important resource for individual and can greatly impact the ability to act and quality of life. Next. Social capital form network and connection, relation of trust and mutual understanding and support, share value and behavior, formal and informal group, common rules and sanction, also leadership. We go to financial capital. Financial capital is the sources from which funds are obtained so that they can be used and utilized by the community in achieving livelihood goals. Financial capital forms of, next please, pension, remittance, saving, credit and debt, also wages. Research method. The unit of analysis is all residents living in foreland and coastal area using cross-section data and questionnaire. Variable, dependent variable is condition of the family, prosperous and not prosperous. And independent variable is human capital, social capital, financial capital. Population, all farmers in Pamulutan Regency and fishermen at Sungsang village. Sample, 77 farmers and 73 fishermen. Sampling technique with random sampling. This is the logic model. Next, we can go to the next slide. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the partial test. Independent variables, also health and revenue have a significant level. Next, please. Okay, the odds ratio value on the health variable explain that respondents in good health have 3.2 times more opportunity to achieve prosperity, and respondents who have high income tend to achieve prosperous condition. The income earned by the respondent is almost entirely from the main job. In Pamulutan Regency, there are 16% farmers and another is 14% trader. At Sungsang village, 70% are fishermen and 22% as a trader. Next slide. This is the policy. The education provided by the village is a pattern of education for future generation. Education that meets today's criteria, provision of school facility, such as distribution of textbook, teaching aids, laboratory equipment, and computer laboratories. Also, training management of educational assistant to school principal and teacher. Another policy, social ties need to be developed in village meeting, also between village and even further between sub-district through art and sport event. Village plan must be discussed with the community, and the management begin with preparing planning activities regarding to the needs to be carried out by involving the aspiration of the village community in general. The principle of managing village plan is from the community. It's mean the bottom up, preparing the needs planning from the village community is accommodated in advance, carried out in village meeting, communication between residents, and closed by deliberation and consensus. Also, prioritize the interests of the community. The conclusion, simultaneous testing show that human, social, capital, and financial capital have a significant impact on welfare. Partial tests, health, and income, which have a significant value. The probability that respondents who are in health condition have the opportunity to achieve prosperity and respondents with high income tend to achieve greater prosperity. The last several policies that can be implemented are education in terms of providing facilities and improving the management of educational assistance. Second, social ties, increasing village meeting and even for art and sport activities. And the third, village fund managed from and by the community. That's all from our research. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, I would like to open the Q&A session. If you have any question regarding to the previous presentation, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you.
When you are asking any question, please be specific on your question, not a discussion at all on the paper. And also please mention that to whom, if you have any question. And I will request other organizer, please invite all the speakers here so that they can answer. Otherwise, if they are roaming outside, who will answer their question? If no question, then we can move forward. No.
Well, I think there's no question. Now I would like to continue the next session. I would like to invite the conference chair, Dr. Bambang, and the keynote speaker to felicitate the participant with certificates. The technical session presentation are over. Now you can have coffee break and then please come back again after 10 minutes.
Mana?
Kedua Fatma.
Sampai berapa?
Fatma.
Yes, I
United.
basically the best oral presentation. Oral presentation, we tried to first. First is Rustinal Salini from Indonesia. Is he there or not? Oh, we can withdraw this page. Okay, so this is the oral presentation. Second presentation, oral presentation again, two, and two we had to select 2%, not one. There is a tie kinds of thing, so we had to select 2%. One is Monica Dragomirescu from Romania. Yeah. Are you here? Monica ji? Done. Abel? Are you here? No. Okay. So under this category of oral presentation, that third, or I mean second, but joint second, another Kanchan Negi. Right here. Okay, and both of them have presented two papers. Okay, and Kanchan Negi, I mean, this is, don't go for this research material. It's a basically oral. So spontaneous speech and handle questions also. Now the second category is basically research, the content of research, no doubt about. And the first one, Bhavana Utkal Jain. Bhavana Utkal Jain from Maharashtra, Pune. India. India. Okay. From India, and is Dr. Engineer Gil G. Cruz. Are you here from Philippines? Gil, are you there? Please come on. So this is the basically research thing. When we ask for the research, we come to certain point like how this research can be implicated to other countries or other areas also. How the research implication. Okay. So methodology and application to that theme. There are different papers. The application of this research and the theme. And third, there is the best paper presentation, one participant. That we make in the two way, both the oral as well as the research theme, research insight. And here we got one name that is called Dr. Engineer Uttari. Who is there? Oh, you are. Uttari from Indonesia. Yeah. So both as a content of the research as well as the presentation skill. So together is coming as the best. Okay. So sorry, I mean, a lot of papers are there, but as usual, both of us we discuss. If you have any problem, don't blame me. Both of us. Okay. Okay. So it's a Romania, India collaboration and cooperation.
We take this both.
Okay. So now this session is over. Now oral presentation. Oral presentation. Dr. Kanchan Negi. He has presented two papers, but but the thing is, both from us as a chair, we had one suggestion that we discussed as a presentation, oral presentation, no doubt. But the content of the your paper, I mean, started with culture and then that energy and sometimes the climate change. So yeah, that's why that's the problem. Try to make it future. When you are taking the research paper as per the research and academic content, you have to but as you are the one of the best presenters, no doubt about it. Okay. So, and no, that was so so now, yeah, just research paper. Yeah. This is the Uttari, the overall best paper. And best research paper, Bhavana Jain from India. And I think another Gill, are you there? Engineer Gill is, yeah, okay. So another good research paper. Yeah. He's from Philippines, is engineering background, and I'm sure that his research will be very much helpful Asia, different countries to combat. Very nice, very nice. Yeah. So with this, I think we have concluded our part. Our part we have done, and next part definitely it will be cheers. Now, what of that? Huh?
Well, before we end this international seminar, I would like to remind you that there will be Thank you very much for your participation in this event. See you on the next event. Bye-bye.
No, it should shift right. No. So I don't know.
Okay. Shall we take a picture from the day?
This time. Do some funny pose, please. Please come. Please come. Funny pose. Come, let them come. Please come. Oh yeah. Come. Everyone. Please come. Mr. Saju, come here. Oh yeah. Why you are there? Come here. Okay.